Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to the Policy Development Strategic Direction Committee agenda for November 9th, 2021. Nancy, have you had a chance to take attendance?
Yes, I have.
Okay, is there any regrets for tonight?
No, I've not received any.
Okay. Is there any additions to the agenda for this evening? Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you would oblige, I would just like to take this opportunity. As some of you know, Helen Mulligan passed last week, and she was a big part of our community, as well as sat on this county council for a couple of terms, 2000 to 2006. And I just wanted to thank her and her family for that, and just to make it known for the record that she was a big part of this council, and she'll be missed by many.
Yeah. Very much appreciated. She was a very big part in the St. George and surrounding community over the years.
Yep.
And again, noting that she was on council, so much appreciated. Is there any other comments or additions to the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, could we have approval for tonight's agenda? Motion. Moved by Mayor Bailey and second by Steve Howes. All in favor? Okay, so moved. Thank you. Any declarations of pecuniary interest tonight? Okay, seeing none. Move on to delegations, petitions, and presentations. Tonight we have a couple presentations that will probably go over the 10 minutes. And the first one is Dr. Connolly, who's our new medical officer of health. And I'd like to ask Councillor Bell if he could give us an introduction. But before we do that, if we could have a motion to allow her to extend beyond the 10 minutes if she requires. Moved by Councillor Pierce, second by Councillor Gatward. Okay, all in favor? Okay, so approved. Councillor Bell, will you give the introductions, please?
I will, thank you. And hope everybody can see Dr. Connolly. She's now joined us on screen. It's my pleasure to introduce her. She's our new acting medical officer of health for Brant County. When people like Rebecca join a health unit with the experience that she has, often they're called acting, but the reality of it is she's just simply our medical officer of health. So don't get confused by terms like acting. So I'm delighted that she's here, and I would like to welcome her to this county council committee meeting. This is one of the meetings where we're perhaps a little less formal, so having a little bit more time is a good thing. And it's a great opportunity for you to see who we are, for the council to recognize you other than seeing your picture in the expositor. Dr. Connolly joined the health unit from having worked in the emergency room just next door at the Brantford General Hospital. And we were absolutely delighted that she accepted our offer of employment. So I've set Dr. Connolly up with a little bit of a heads up about the things that we might want to hear, and perhaps some of the questions that she might get having made a little presentation. Now, Rebecca, you weren't sure whether you were going to do a slide presentation or just a verbal, and where did you end up?
I thought I would start out verbal, and then I have a few slides just with some pictures that I think might be useful. So I'm going to try to share my screen in a couple of minutes, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Over to you then, Rebecca.
Well, thank you very much for the welcome, John, and for the introduction. As he said, I have been practicing emergency medicine for about 15 years, but in the last 10 years, I've been at BGH. Prior to that, I worked in quite a few different settings, including remote settings, rural locations, as well as some inner city, larger academic center hospitals. So I feel like I've had quite a breadth of experience with respect to how different hospitals and different communities work. Through that time, I started to get very interested in the population level impacts on health. This plays out in the Emerge all the time. You're seeing people, and there's just so many factors. You're seeing the same issues over and over, and you become realizing that the emerge does not solve a lot of the issues that that create these problems. So I went and did a master's in public health and did some consulting with the Public Health Agency of Canada. And then over time really wanted to focus more on this area and decided to take on this position. So I'm very excited to be here, as it's an unusual time to jump into a public health position just because we're still in the middle of a pandemic. However, you know, my emergency medicine experience has, certainly I've been living COVID in a different way for the last 18 months. So it's not like it's all new. It's just that my focus is now slightly different. And so I'm kind of carrying the torch with the rest of the health unit as we go forward to this next phase of our response. So I thought today I would focus just where we're at with COVID, what we're doing, some of the statistics locally as well as provincially. I think because our numbers are small in Brant, sometimes week by week we can see real big jumps in our statistics, and that's because our numbers are low. So it's often good to look at the provincial numbers at the same time just to get a better sense of what the trend is overall, and talk a little bit about some of the things we're focused on as a health unit right now. Certainly we're gearing up for a lot of things this fall, so I'll focus on that. I do want to have an opportunity for people to ask questions, which I'll answer as best I can. And if there's anything that I don't have the information at my fingertips or in my head, I will certainly follow up with any concerns or questions you might have. So this is where it gets challenging, where I have to share my screen. So I'm going to do my best. I never find this very easy. So I feel like when we're talking about COVID, I really like, I think sometimes the pictures are more expressive than just the numbers. So I'm just going to try and do this if you don't mind. So can everyone see this graph?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
So this is a graph of the COVID cases in Brant over time, and I just circled in yellow the area. Just I want to focus on the so-called fourth wave, which is it's certainly in comparison much smaller wave that we've had thus far. We had a little peak and then we had a little dive, and this is very similar to the rest of the province as we're getting an uptick again. Not surprising, given the fact that people are going inside. There are some restrictions are being relaxed. So we were expecting to see a bit of an increase, and that increase is largely focused in young people. So we're getting a larger proportion of cases in youth, which is again not surprising, given the fact that they're the population that are unvaccinated. Go back. You know what? I'll just keep going. So this is actually one of the slides that's from the Ontario level, because as I said, hospitalizations and ICU occupancy is extremely low in Brant. We have one hospitalized patient currently. And so you're not going to get any sense of trends with numbers like that. So we look at the numbers on a larger level, and you'll see here that despite the fact we're still getting upticks in our cases, our hospitalization rate and our ICU rates are definitely flattening over time. And that's largely because of vaccination. I always find that these graphs are quite interesting. This is specifically done by the COVID Science Table, which is a large group that tries to model and predict where things are going. And this is actually very hard. Often the predictions are so massive they almost feel meaningless. But in this particular graph, you'll see that pink range from last briefing. They do these briefings quite regularly, and that's the range they predicted. So you can see how large that range was even between September and October. This time, actually, the predictions are getting a little bit narrower, and I would have to say I'm cautiously optimistic about them. I do know that we're still gonna see a trend up, likely a little bit, but these are kind of three models that we could potentially see happening depending on some of the other measures that we're doing, whether or not we're relaxing our public health measures, or if we're keeping things exactly the same, or if we're becoming more stringent. And at this point, we are seeing some relaxing of those public health measures with respect to capacity limits and a little bit more movement in society. So I'm expecting that's going to account for some slight uptick. This is another graph I find quite interesting that looks at society's mobility, what we're doing, how much we're moving around. and also something called the Oxford Stringency Index, which takes all those public health measures and puts it into a kind of a calculation, including school closures, public social distancing, masking, lockdowns, all those features, and it looks to see how stringent our public health measures are. And so you can see we've done quite a few waves, but we're kind of steady at the moment. Things really haven't changed with respect to the public health measures. Our mobility is understandably increasing. People are getting more comfortable doing more things, and so we're seeing a bit more mobility in the movement of people. And I wanted to highlight this graph because this is an example of I always think Europe is a few months ahead of us with respect to their waves, and Scandinavia is no different there. They have a very high vaccination rate, similar to ours, or even maybe slightly better. But recently, in the last 2 months, or even 1 month, they have removed their public health measures. And so they've really noticed, as you see on the right-hand side, quite an uptick in the blue and the gray. Finland and Denmark are seeing that real spike because the public health measures have been removed, or that's certainly the hypothesis. So their mobility has changed quite dramatically as a result of an uptick. Because of their vaccination rate being high, again, that doesn't necessarily translate into ICU and hospitalizations, but they are seeing more cases. So I think this just illustrates that I feel that a careful, cautious approach is probably the best one here in Ontario and locally. Our vaccination drive is continuing, and I want to talk a little bit about that. As you know, we're continuing to try and get as many people to the first dose, second dose, primary series of vaccinations as we can. One specific area that seems to lag behind everywhere, including here, is the 18 to 30, the young people. And so we've had some targeted campaigns, marketing campaigns to try and to encourage those people to get vaccinated. We're also now in the throes, as of last week, into getting third booster doses to a certain eligible populations, including 70 plus healthcare workers, Indigenous as well. And so that's kind of more of a slow, I would say slow over the next few weeks initiative to get those people their booster dose. The idea is that there may be at this point some waning immunity, especially to the early vaccinated populations. Thankfully, we have a larger cohort of people participating. The hospital as well as pharmacies are involved, and we're trying to engage primary care as well to participate in the vaccination effort. Lastly, in the very near future, we're expecting by end of November that the 5 to 11 will be authorized and available as well. So certainly we're trying to provide the opportunities for as much information for people so that they can feel comfortable getting vaccinated and they feel they have the information that they need, as well as the opportunity to get vaccinated too. So this is continuing to be a very large focus of the public health effort, and certainly from a perspective of human power in the health unit itself, it takes a large portion of our time. We're expecting in the new year, more and more groups will be eligible for that third dose, so that will continue to be a huge priority. I mentioned schools because of that increase in cases throughout Brantford and Broward County, and we have had a couple of outbreaks in schools. So, you know, we've heard from everyone, keeping schools open is a really important feature, and so I think that's got to be our main focus, is keeping them safe and open. And certainly we have a few more tools in our toolkit right now in terms of managing that, or helping to keep those schools open. We're having more options for testing, and one initiative that's coming through the school boards as well is take-home PCR testing, so people don't have to figure out a way to get to the assessment center and book an appointment. And so I think we're going to be able to offer that in the next few weeks. So that's a real priority as well in terms of maintaining, trying to keep a really close eye on schools. I'm going to stop there because I feel like I want to give the opportunity for questions and comments. I can certainly speak more to COVID, or if you have questions on other areas, I'd be more than happy to answer those. So thank you.
So do we have some questions for Dr. Connolly? Councillor Laferriere.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Rebecca, for coming to speak with us. Those of us who aren't on the board, I know the mayor and Councillor Bell are. It's nice to meet folks as a council. My question is really simple. In the beginning of COVID, a lot of responsibility was placed on this decision-making body to decide on some pretty big public health issues. And we're not scientists and we're not medical professionals, et cetera, but we did, it turns out to be a lot of correct moves, often earlier than the province mandated. It seems to me, in a good way, that the province has taken more and more of that decision-making responsibility. So my question is, at this stage in the COVID response, is there anything we as a municipality can do or should be doing that we aren't, or we're sort of forward thinking to help further? We've partnered as much as we can, in my opinion, but are there things we're missing that we just aren't aware of because we're at this table and not that table?
I would say that's a very good question. I don't know if it's simple, but it's a very good one. I would say that at this point, certainly the province is, I would say, is trying to take on a more unified approach to certainly public health measures and relaxing and increasing restrictions. Certainly certain municipalities or certain health units have in the most recent past, in the last few months, still used things like have had some letters of instruction when they've seen certain local events happening, for example, outbreaks and sporting events and that kind of thing. They've decided that they felt they needed a more local approach to certain things. So there's still that element where there's the potential for a local approach if we're seeing activity that would be worrisome. At this point, we've been watching really closely to see if we've seen any outbreaks in those types of settings. Certainly that's still kind of I guess, a health unit issue, but we're watching to see if we need to impose anything more specific if we're seeing activity. I think I would just be continuing to encourage certainly as you're relaxing and having more events, or for having more public events, to continue to keep very cautious public health measures in place. That would be one thing that I think as a municipality is an important thing to do. Certainly vaccine policy is another issue, and I know that I believe that's you've been proactive in that regard as well. So those are certainly very proactive ways to take something on yourself. At this point, I don't know that there's anything specific otherwise that I would take on right now, given how things are going. But again, it's a week-to-week sort of analysis from our side, at least.
Yeah, well, thank you.
That
And
answer your
thank you for your
question?
service. No, it did. It did.
Yeah.
And if there are things that, if things change, I think we've said at this table a few times early on, a letter from the medical officer of health with some opinion and instruction is always helpful for us to get our information from and to help us guide decision making for our end if possible. So thank you.
Great. Yeah, no, that's good to hear.
Councillor Miller and then Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions through you to Dr. Connolly. First question, if COVID didn't exist, what would be your number one priority? Or given that COVID does exist, what is your number two priority for Brantford County? That's my first question.
Okay, so if COVID didn't exist, there are a huge number of programs that the health unit does and has continued to do in the past. Those being certainly health promotion, chronic disease prevention. I think those would be, we want to continue to focus on those. Certainly, the opiate drug strategy would be one that I would certainly focus on, coming certainly from the hospital. That's front and center in the hospital strategy as well. So those would be the main things I would focus on. I would probably also, given the fact that there's a huge program around healthy babies and healthy children, which I would also focus on as well.
Okay, perfect segue into my second question. Thank you. At Social Services, the General Manager, Marlene Miranda, gave us an excellent report. And then she talked about how Brant County tends to do a little worse in provincial comparators for measures of community health. And you touched on a couple of, one is opioid use. It's a little higher here. Teenage pregnancy, it's another one. So my question is, how do you see the role of the health unit in relation to social services? Do you see, well, I'll let you answer that, but like, you see them communicating, working together? Because I'm just, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that. So, thank you.
I would say that I would have to say at this point, I'm still getting the sense of how that works. Since I've been here for a month, I haven't got a great idea of how they all communicate. I think there needs to be a lot of interface between these communities. We play a certain role, but we need to be communicating with the other organizations well. I don't honestly know how well that's going yet.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Dr. Comley. You mentioned education earlier in your presentation, and particularly for the younger children and their parents regarding getting a vaccine. I'm wondering, has the health unit, or have they considered ever sending home an information pamphlet to the children that are 11 and over to give the parents some factual information? Because I've heard some really wild things about vaccines and what they do to kids, and I'm thinking, oh, and I just don't know where they come from, but I know that you would encourage all the children that are eligible to get them, but it's, of course, the parents that have to be convinced. So
yeah,
is there anything like that that's being sent home through the school boards?
We talk to the school boards weekly about vaccination efforts. We had school-based vaccination clinics to try and encourage or decrease barriers to allow people to have vaccinations in their school. And we have tried to provide information through the schools for vaccinations. We continue to try and provide good information. I think misinformation is one of the main themes of this whole experience, as it's very hard to control the information that's going out. There are a lot of, we have a website that does also have information. It's always about trying to direct people to good information, which can be hard. We've also, in all our press releases, have mentioned there's a lot of information coming through Sick Kids, and also resources that people can call in and have a consultation with a professional at Sick Kids to discuss vaccinations and have their questions answered. The free service. So there's a lot of resources. It's just kind of, we're constantly trying to figure out ways to disseminate the good information, and I do think that that's an ongoing challenge. One of our key partners, though, is definitely the schools.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Okay. Councillor Chambers.
Thanks, Chairman John. And thank you for coming to speak with us tonight, Dr. Comley. I'm a little bit luckier than some of the other members of council because I've had the opportunity to sit on the Board of Health, and actually I've been on the board with, I think you're the seventh medical officer of health that I've been acquainted with in Brant County. My question is not going to be related to COVID, although I'm not. I certainly don't want to underlie the importance of COVID in these times, but I'm going to ask a couple questions on other related issues that, as Councillor Miller suggested, if COVID wasn't around, we might be dealing with some of these other issues. As a matter of fact, I read in the Hamilton Spectator that your counterpart in Hamilton is concerned that some of the other health programming is being not neglected, but unfortunately there's not enough time to do everything. And you might want to comment on that. I know the health nurses are working overtime, and the stress and strains that the workforce is under is immense, and I understand that. And that relates to some of the other issues, such as the substance abuse issues, et cetera, that may not be getting the full attention that they deserve if COVID wasn't around. So
Yeah.
that's one of the topics you may want to just comment on. And the other one is Brant County is a little bit interesting because there are large urban areas in the county with geographic county with city of Brantford and the larger communities of Paris and St. George, et cetera. But out here where I am on the concession roads, the health issues are just as important as they are in the streets in the cities. And there are a lot of barriers to accessing the public health programming in the rural areas, such as mental health issues and substance abuse issues, and even learning about water quality type things. So I just wonder if you might want to just touch on those two broad-based issues for the rest of us here.
Sure. I can certainly speak to the first one, and this is a topic of discussion provincially with all the medical officers of health are commenting specifically on the fact that the COVID response and the vaccine response specifically has been such a huge undertaking that it has eclipsed all the other programs that we typically do. And that's a huge issue that a lot of people are trying to face, either with mobilization to the province to discuss things around funding, for example, and that's we're trying to mobilize to discuss that very issue. We're trying to slowly get back into some of the programming that we had before. For example, we do vaccinations in schools. We go, and some of that programming then allows us to do dental screening and vision screening in the schools. That has started again. We do a dental care for at-risk seniors. That has started again. So there's things that are starting up. But I agree with you that it's when we're looking forward and we're looking at the amount of vaccinations that will be required to be in arms next year, we're struggling with how to prioritize. So I think that's a constant conversation that's happening, not just locally, but at the provincial and level amongst the medical officers of health. How do we handle that? I don't have an answer necessarily, but this is a huge struggle that we're trying to address. The second question, I agree with you. Having worked in various places, I'm very keenly aware of the differences in resources and sometimes priorities or just needs in rural places versus urban places. So I think that we need to be very conscious that we are addressing both. And I'd like to say I'm very open to hearing about those, because I think that you will be a huge wealth of knowledge in your community to tell us sometimes what your priorities are, what you're seeing in your communities, because it is different. And I think that we really do need to champion access to rural communities at times, because we need to make sure that they're getting the access to services as well. So I would like to say that I really I appreciate what you're saying, and I want to hear from you as well about what issues you think are facing your community. Does that answer your questions in any way? Okay.
Yeah, it certainly does. And thank you again for coming to speak with us. And I look forward to seeing you in on the concession roads and the small hamlets and communities. And we'll maybe cross paths sometimes as we work for the betterment of health and protection and promotion. Thanks for coming.
My pleasure.
Okay. So if there's no more question, Councillor Pierce. And then,
thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Dr. Comley. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, and thanks for everything you do. Question I want to throw at you, and it's kind of I'm looking to understand if there's been any discussions around this. I'm going to look south of the border here, and I'm going to talk about pro sports. There's been a lot of conversation when you look at NFL and NHL and even the World Series, and you look at 50,000 people in the stands, and the one fact that I read is almost 750,000 people a week are at professional sporting events. And unfortunately, when you look at the one south of the border, there sure isn't very many wearing masks. And the questions that have been asked is the fact that, okay, so if they can be in that close of quarters to that many people without wearing a mask, I'm trying to and don't get me wrong, I'm a supporter of the mask, but I'm just trying to understand, has there been conversations around the fact that, sure, the numbers in the States are higher than ours, and that is what it is. There's more people there. But percentage wise, is there any talk around, the fact of, we're having this many people without masks and the numbers aren't skyrocketing like would be suggested? Or I don't know if there's been any conversation around that at all, but I'm just looking for your opinion as to, the questions have been asked to me. How can we have that many people every week without wearing masks and the numbers aren't skyrocketing? Looking for your opinion.
Sure. Yeah, I would say that when we look at the US, at least, like the numbers are dramatically higher. Certainly,
Yeah.
the mortality rate's dramatically higher. The hospitalization rate's higher. So the number of cases there proportionally to versus Canada is much, much, much higher. So I would say that we're actually doing a lot better, and they're probably that there are cases that are spreading in these communities. We're just and as a result, they're having a much higher complication rate. So I would say I wouldn't want to be in the United States position right now. Their vaccination rate's lower, their case rates are much higher, their mortality rate is infinitely higher. So I think sometimes I'm saying when we're looking for places to model, that's not the place. The other thing I think that because I think the vaccination policies will have a big impact on keeping our numbers low when we're getting people in those sorts of settings.
Mhm.
I think there's still the possibility that you can transmit as a vaccinated asymptomatic person. So it's not going to be a zero risk, but I think the risk is certainly dampened by the other measures that are put in place to increase capacity limits. So I'm hopeful that we might see a bit of a surge, but we won't see the numbers like they do that have been occurring in the United States.
Okay, I appreciate that perspective. Thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Conley, for your interesting talk tonight. Going back to the COVID, and you touched on it, the take-home test kits.
Yeah.
I know they haven't come out yet, but how are you going to have accountability with them? Because if you were sending them home and somebody was not feeling well and they had somebody else take the test, how do we have accountability and know what is the real truth in this? I would appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Good question. Yeah. With all these testing strategies in schools, it has been challenging to, with some of the rapid tests, it's hard to get information back. So there's been limitations. That being said, one of the big challenges when you have a school or closure or when you have a classroom dismissal, trying to get all those kids swabbed is often a big challenge and a huge barrier. People have a lot of trouble getting the swabs done often. So I'm still thinking we're going to get, with the take-home kits, we're going to get more information than we have now. And I think that's a bonus. I would tend to think that people are still going to, I think I'm going to trust people and think that they're going to swab their kid as opposed to swab someone else, because they ultimately, everybody wants their kids to be safe at school. I appreciate a lot of people are kind of getting resistant to swabbing, but I think they'll more likely not swab at all than swab someone else. But I think that it's still going to give us more good quality information so that we can try and limit classroom dismissals and keep kids in school. It's one step in the right direction, I think, in terms of easy access to good testing. But it won't be perfect. I agree with you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, then I'd like to thank Rebecca for coming tonight and speaking to the council. It's been much appreciated, the updates and your insights, and we're looking forward to working with you in the future. So,
Likewise. Thank you so much for having me.
yeah. Okay, if we can move on to Kim Earls, South Central Ontario Regional Economic Development Corporation, SCORE, EDC. Is Kim with us?
Yeah, she just got back in the room. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Kim, and welcome to Policy Development Strategic Direction Committee. And if you would like to go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here this evening. I'm so happy to see you all. I'm not sure if my presentation is being controlled on your end or if I should try and share it on my end.
Nancy?
I can do it here if you'd like, Kim.
Oh, that would be amazing. Thank you. So I'll start off by just giving a reminder about SCORE. SCORE is a regional partnership. We are owned by the 5 counties of Brant, Elgin, Middlesex, Norfolk, and Oxford. And within those 5 counties, we have 28 municipalities. And we're governed by 2 elected officials from each partner county, and they are appointed by that partner county. In addition to our board of directors, we also have a resource advisory committee that helps steer our strategic activities and further our connection points with community. And again, those are 2 senior staff members appointed by the county. And I'm not sure, I'm sorry, Nancy, did you want me to share this?
I'm sorry.
I can just keep talking anyway. And so we do have 3 strategic priorities. They are economic or infrastructure supporting economic development, human capital supporting economic development, and sector development with a focus on agriculture and food. And so you can see from our first slide here, we'll actually start out with the infrastructure piece. So over the last year and a half, we've really been focusing heavily on our infrastructure portfolio. And within that portfolio, one of the largest pieces that we focused on is transportation. So for many years, we have been working diligently with the Ministry of Transportation at the provincial level and advocating. The board has done an excellent job in advocating for the need for a master transportation plan for Southwestern Ontario, focused on Southwestern Ontario. And so we were extremely pleased when MTO announced this past, I guess, 2 years now it's been, that they would indeed be moving forward with that planning. And we were able to have appointed to the Mayor's Task Force former chair of our board, which is Stephen Molnar, and he is the mayor of the town of Tillsonburg and our Oxford County, one of our Oxford County representatives. And so that gives us a direct link into shaping some of our transportation planning, not only for individual counties, but across the region. Further to that, we've had a significant focus on community transportation. I would say all of our member counties across the region recognize the importance of strong community and, more importantly, inter-community transportation and connectivity. I know you here in County of Brant have invested dollars and resources into community transportation, and especially that focusing on and supporting workforce. Many of the community transportation systems across the region, though, currently are dependent, at least in part, on the community transportation pilot program. And so what we've undertaken over the past year and a half is a coordinating role in community transportation portfolio. And of that came the creation of the SCT, or the Southwest Community Transit Network. And really that is a network that is a tiered network. So it allows the individual community systems to maintain their own branding, kind of continue on as they were and as their council and resources envision, but it also provides a overarching umbrella and a network of supports. And so collectively, we're able to share experience and expertise in the transportation realm. We're able to create some efficiencies in routing where that makes sense. So for instance, the Ride Norfolk community transit system comes into the County of Brant. We do have some other connection points. And so that regional coordination piece has become something that's been of great benefit. We are also able to do some cost savings on some shared RFPs, whether that be for technology or shelters or other capital assets. And then finally, this last year, we undertook a fairly significant project in uploading the mapping and the routing onto job seeker websites. And we started with the websites hosted by our workforce planning boards, and we have 2 across the region. There's the Elgin, Middlesex, Oxford Workforce Planning and Development Board to the west of you here. And then of course, the great team at the Workforce Planning Board of Grand Erie that serves County of Brant. And so that mapping really allows any job seekers to see what the potential might be for travel from community to community if they don't happen to live in the community where they're seeking employment, or if they do, but they just don't have the benefit of other reliable sources of transportation. Kind of further within the infrastructure piece is we've had significant focus on short line rail, the Cayuga subdivision, which runs south of you here in County of Brant from just east of St. Thomas into Portland in Norfolk County. Went through a discontinuance process, and we were approached by a short line rail provider, and we're looking at business development initiative along that line. Most of the businesses along that line are in manufacturing or agriculture, and why that is important or might be of note to County of Brant is certainly some of the businesses along there support the agricultural community and the agricultural sector. So for instance, the IGCP ethanol plant in Elmer that processes grain, as well as certainly there are 800 plus jobs tied to those businesses. And I did ask HR at some of the larger businesses to do a quick poll of general numbers for me, and there are indeed about 5% of folks coming from County of Brant from those businesses along that line. And we continue to take a supporting role on broadband. Obviously, the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus with their SWIFT program takes a lead role in that positioning right now. And we continue to focus on the expansion of the natural gas program, which is something that took up a significant amount of our time and resources over the past years. Really, the board did a tremendous amount of advocacy and work in working with Ministry of Infrastructure and Ministry of Energy and federal and private business to ensure that the expansion of the natural gas program was an option throughout our region. So that kind of encompasses the infrastructure portfolio. Along the human capital portfolio this last year, we've had some really great projects and initiatives and some successes that I'm extremely pleased to report on. At the outset of the pandemic, of course, there was some confusion and a lot of stress related to the agricultural labor force. Many of our agricultural operators, specifically those that may have larger operations, rely heavily on seasonal agricultural workforce and the temporary foreign workforce. And so we, along with appointed staff that are at the Resource Advisory Committee level, quickly realized that, we should look at focusing on building capacity within the domestic workforce. So We continue to support Fanshawe College's Agribusiness Management Program, which is offered at Simcoe and London. And more exciting and new, fresh here in County of Brant is the creation of the Conestoga College Agricultural Equipment Operator Program. And that was really led by the college and by staff at County of Brant, with SCORE providing support. And that is a program that is a 2-year pilot program, which is now going through the process of becoming a full-time certificate program. And so that has been very exciting to be a part of that. We continue to provide support and inform upper levels of government on issues related to the seasonal agricultural workers and how that impacts the agricultural sector. And then we continue just general partnerships and working with post-secondary institutions across the region. Next slide, please. And sector development. Again, we've had, I feel like we've had such great partners always, but especially over the last few years. We've had the opportunity to partner with the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, again, creating a video series branded under Feeding Your Future, and that's aimed at creating agricultural capacity. We were able to collaborate with 7 commodity organizations and created 9 videos detailing issues that were specific to each of those commodity organizations. And the one that was undertaken with the Grain Farmers of Ontario was done right here in County of Brant at the farm of Kevin Hodge. And so that was also an exciting undertaking, and I encourage you to go look at those videos on both the OFA site and the SCORE website. And then we further partnered with OFA on their Always in Season project. And that was a marketing and promotional piece that, again, is on both websites. And it features each of the 5 SCORE counties and celebrates agriculture and local food and production within our region. And again, for the sector development, we continue to inform and connect with upper levels of government on issues and opportunities within the agricultural sector. We have been providing continued support to the hazelnut industry, which again is very, probably very important here within County of Brant, but also across the province. They're an emerging industry or crop within the agricultural industry and have some great potential. So we're offering some support there. And of course, we continue to market the region domestically and globally. Next slide, please. And this slide, I'll just go into some of our time spent on advocacy and connecting. So over the past year, we've had 25 delegations and meetings with cabinet ministers regarding issues specific to this region. We have those ongoing communications with other levels of government and other organizations supporting regional efforts and also individual county efforts. And I apologize for this next bullet point, although we do absolutely love and collaborate with the Elgin Middlesex Oxford Workforce Planning Board. I should have put in there, the bullet point should read collaborating with other organizations such as the Workforce Planning Board of Grand Erie, who has been a fantastic partner this year. And this last year, we did undertake a special collaboration with the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus. They received some funding to access some business counts and labor data. And we were able to partner with them and provide the analyzing and dissemination of the data to share back out through all partner counties to help inform some of our strategic planning initiatives going forward. And in addition to our own funding that we're able to leverage through partnership dollars, we did provide 12 letters of supports to other organizations that were successful in receiving funding. And that cumulative dollar value was just over the $1 million mark for those other organizations. Next slide, please. And just a little reminder about the partnership of SCORE. as our chair, Robert Chambers, mentioned at our last meeting, the partnership value does create some immediate and very tangible value, and such as some of the projects that I've reviewed here. But more importantly, there's a cumulative value over time. And I think that, you know, as an organization that prides itself on being strategic in its operations, we are also action oriented and a spark for implementation of a number of initiatives across the region. We have very positive recognition with upper levels of government and other organizations, and we have the ability to tackle projects and issues that are larger in scale that maybe one partner municipality or county might not have the resources to undertake on their own. And again, just a reminder about the leveraging of regional dollars. And we're also large enough to be impactful for the region and partner counties, but small enough to reach a consensus and act as good supporting neighbors. And the last slide, please. And finally, I just want to leave you with a positive thought about the corporation, is that we have accomplished a great deal as a 5-county partnership over the last decade. And I think the underlying foundation, certainly of the board of directors, and something I'm proud to be a part of, is their underlying issues in all that we are good neighbors working for the good of all. And that is it for my update. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Kim. Is there some questions for Kim tonight? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Kim. Thanks for coming, Kim. You got to fix up your background. It looks it's like you're in prison there. It's all great, right?
I'm not.
No, I know. I just want to talk a little bit about the expansion of natural gas. It's a subject near and dear to us here in the county, because every time the province comes out with a little bit of pot of money and says, okay, here's some money, apply to expand natural gas in your area. So we always apply, like good little soldiers. And we've never been successful. Every time we apply, they say, oh, it's been oversubscribed. In the last letter the minister sent to us, they said, you know, there's no provincial money, but, you know, if you guys want to have a go at it on your own and incentivize the natural Union Gas, or well, I guess it's Enbridge now, or the other one in our area is Six Nations Gas, go ahead and do that. So we are looking at that, and that'll come up as a budget item this year. But is there any thoughts? Any thoughts or more comments from yourself about what else we could do to expand natural gas? Like I know through SCORE you've met with ministers, you've lobbied, but like I say, from our perspective, none of it's come to naught. So any thoughts on what else we could do besides throw municipal dollars at it as a SCORE, working with our regional partners, municipal partners?
Yeah,
that's a tough question. I apologize.
Through the chair, you know, without knowing the specifics of the application, certainly I do think utilizing that regional partnership of SCORE, whether it's in the form of letters of support, or if you'd like me to provide any information for the application, or collaborate with your staff in any way, I'm happy to do that. But I think that is one of the advantages of SCORE, is having that regional team behind you to really connect the dots of not only the individual county needs, which are certainly, you know, significant and important, but if we can connect those dots of what it means to both residents across an entire region, but also value chains and entire sectors. So I'm happy to discuss that further at any time and offer whatever support we can.
Okay, thank you, Kim. And as you know, like gas lines, I mean, they go across municipal boundaries all the time. So it's not to say that we don't have maybe a project that makes financial sense, but it may cross over into Oxford, or it may cross into Norfolk. So I think we might be picking your brain in the near future. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Chambers.
Thanks, Chairman John, and thanks, Kim. And it's nice to see you there in your little square on my screen. As members of Brant County know, I have the pleasure of being the chairman of SCORE this year, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to maybe highlight some of the work that Kim has done. Kim does not have a huge staff; it's just her and an assistant. And the amount of work that she does for the 5 counties is amazing, really. I think Councillor Miller has given her a new project to work on, and I think we can see some success coming in the future on that, because you do an amazing job, Kim, and I know the member counties are very appreciative. You did mention the fact that in terms of the value of SCORE, it's best to look at the value of SCORE, what we've done over the last 10 years rather than the last 10 days or 10 months even. It has taken a while for the 5 partners to develop a trust with each other, and I think that has happened, and I think the board, the present board, works extremely well together, and are confident that each member is doing their share for the benefit of the region. So once again, thanks, Kim. I wasn't going to let this opportunity go unnoticed, and to commend you, and certainly I can speak for Brant County, I think, in that we are happy to be partners of SCORE, and happy that you are there working diligently on our behalf for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Mayor Bailey.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to also thank Kim. You've been a great introduction service for me through the delegations to meet the ministers. And if nothing else, it gets us in the door, and it allows us to set up our own meetings to move forward with each county with their own special asks. So you certainly did get our foot in the door when we needed it. And I would also like to thank you for supporting Conestoga. I've been at all their graduations, and you've got some pretty excited kids, and not just kids, I should say kids, people that have gone back to school and focused on what they needed to know to start working immediately and not waste their time taking Englishes and maths that they're not required to use in what they want to do immediately. So you've tailored these courses so that these people, these kids and these young adults can fit right in and start working and start making money and supporting their families right away. So thank you for the ongoing support for Conestoga and the other colleges. So it means a lot.
Okay. So any further questions? Okay. So, seeing no further questions, we have a motion to receive Kim's presentation. Moved by Mayor Bailey and second by Councillor House. All in favor? Okay, motion passed.
Just a quick point
Thank
of
you very
order.
much. Yeah,
Chairman
go ahead,
John?
Mark. Yep.
Do we need to receive the previous delegation as well? I don't think we did.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too, but I wasn't sure because it was just an introduction. So, Nancy, do we need to receive the first one?
Yes, we can do it at the end if you wish, or we can do it now, either way.
Would you like to move that, Mark?
Sure.
That we receive Dr. Conley's? Okay, and do we have a seconder? Councillor Pierce, all in favor? Okay, motion passed. And thank you again, Kim, and look forward to continuing working with you. So,
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
You too. Bye. Okay, the next one is going to be a public hearing for development charges. And we're going to declare the public hearing regarding development charges open. Robin Hewitt, if you could introduce a consultant for development charges, Brian Tan and Watson Associates.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, good evening, everyone. I would like to introduce Byron Tan, who's a senior project coordinator at Watson and Associates Economists. Byron specializes in municipal finance, development charges, water and wastewater rate studies, and fiscal impact assessments, and will be presenting information for the statutory public meeting in regard to the amendments to the existing County of Brant DC bylaw, and we'll take any questions afterwards.
So before Brian starts, we expect this to take more than 10 minutes. So if we could have a motion to allow him to speak more than 10, that would be appreciated. Moved by Councillor Bell and seconded by Mayor Bailey. All in favor? Okay, motion passed. Okay, please go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Chair, members of council, staff, and members of the public. Before we begin, would you like me to control the slide deck, or Nancy, will you be pulling it up?
Either way, I can load it up. Just a moment, please.
Perfect. So again, good evening. So tonight's public meeting is a mandatory meeting as part of the DC implementation process under the Development Charges Act. So next slide, Nancy. So just wanted to go over the format of the meeting as prior to going through the slides. We'll talk about any opening remarks. I'll present the findings of the proposed DC update, as well as the policies that have been vetted through staff. We'll also discuss the proposed charges and any changes to your bylaw. And then subsequent to that, open it up, presentations by the public, any questions from council, and then we'll conclude the public meeting. Next slide. So just as a recap of the process, we actually started the DC update in the spring of 2021. Over the course of the spring and summer, we did have meetings with county staff, undertook several calculations. We did have a council workshop back in July 13th of this year to provide council with an overview of the purpose of the DC study update. And subsequent to that, we had several policy reviews going back and forth through internal meetings. And then finally releasing the background study. And I apologize, there's actually a typo on this page. The release of the background study was on September 24th, 2021, not October. So I apologize for that. Today we're at the public meeting, so that's November 9th, and we're hopeful to come back to council on November 23rd to pass the bylaw. Next slide. So the purpose of the public meeting, this is actually as part of the Development Charges Act. Before we can pass any DC bylaw, we must have a public meeting in order to conform to the requirements of the DCA. This time around, it's not a full DC study. We are actually undertaking a DC update. And the purpose of the update was, as these points are noted on the screen, to remove the mandatory 10% deduction. And I'll talk about that later on. The inclusion of housing as a new DC service. As part of the examination of this DC update, it was noted that the city of Brantford and the county of Brant do have a shared service with respect to housing. Now, the history behind that is the city of Brantford actually has a development charge for housing, whereas the county does not. So therefore, in order to align based on the capital projects that will be implemented or undertaken, into the future, it was best that we included a housing DC service for recovery under your DC bylaw, and that actually makes up a portion of the calculations that you'll see later on tonight. As well, we have updates to capital projects, and you'll see that in the future slide. We had some updates to services related to a highway, water and wastewater servicing, partly because of either tender prices have now caused changes to the pricing of certain projects, or through examinations on design. Some projects may no longer be required or have evolved into a different type of project that the costing is now different than what was passed in 2019. And then lastly, we've incorporated the policy changes as part of Bill 108 and 197, and I'll talk about that in a subsequent slide. But essentially, as of January 1, 2020, there were a number of acts that were passed that amended the development charges. And as part of this process, we're just updating the bylaw in order to conform to those changes to the Development Charges Act. As I noted earlier, this meeting is mandatory. We cannot pass the bylaw unless we do have a public meeting. And as I said, the bylaw can only be passed a minimum of 60 days after the release of the background study. So as you saw in the prior slide, we did release the study on September 24th, and we are coming back for council's consideration of the bylaw on November 23rd, which meets that 60-day minimum requirement. Next slide. So just a quick overview, obviously development charges, they're to recover for the capital costs associated with residential and non-residential growth for a municipality. The costs that are to be recovered are in addition to what would normally be considered a local service. So anything as part of a local subdivision that you would require a developer, i.e., internal roads, water mains, etc. So, within the local component, you would require a subdivision to at least create capital works up to a certain degree. And then anything external to that amount would be included in the development charge study. And municipalities are empowered to have a DC. They're not mandatory, but if you choose to elect to have one, which you obviously do, they help pay towards this growth-related works. Next slide. So just as a recap, there have been a number of changes to the legislation since the county passed their study. So as you can see here, I'll speak more to the bills rather than to the actual names because they are pretty lengthy. But there were 4 major bills that were passed since January 1st, 2020. And that's Bill 108, so the More Homes, More Choice, Bill 138, which had a minor change to Bill 108, Bill 197, and then Bill 213. Next slide. So Bill 108 and 138, really you could potentially read almost hand in hand. Bill 108 proposed several changes to the Development Charges Act. And actually that first iteration of these changes proposed that really only the hard services were supposed to be kept within the development charges. All the other soft services were meant to be removed. Through discussions back and forth with the municipalities, stakeholders, et cetera, that was reverted, and that'll be seen on a future bill on Bill 197. With respect to Bill 138, there were a few items that they did change as part of that were first introduced in Bill 108. And I'm sorry, I'm slipping back and forth. I'm not trying to confuse everybody. But as of January 1st, 2020, really the only items that remained between these 2 bills were that rental housing and institutional development now have the ability to pay their DCs over 5 years, so 6 annual installment payments. Initially under Bill 108, that definition included commercial and industrial, but Bill 138 removed it. So now it only refers to rental housing and institutional developments. Nonprofit housing, they're actually able to pay their DC over 20 years, so 21 installments. Again, that's something that was, a consideration that was back and forth between the province and the municipalities, and this is where it landed. And then as well with the DCs, if a development were to come in with a site plan or zoning bylaw application, they should be granted a 2-year rate freeze. So whatever rates are in place as of the time of the site plan or zoning bylaw application, their rates are frozen for 2 years. Now, the bill did come up with a interest policy where a municipality may charge interest, to the installments as noted above, as well as the DC rate freeze. So it's my understanding, through staff, you do have an interest rate policy. So whatever interest rate, is in effect in the day, your DCs, whether it's the installment payments or the rate freeze, will be subject to an interest, which almost may be equal to your indexing that we do normally do with the DCs. Next slide. Bill 197, that was tabled in July 8, 2020, and eventually passed in September of last year. And what this did was essentially bring most of the services back under the DC umbrella. So the DC, the list of eligible services has actually been laid out very succinctly in 21 services. None of which really affects the County of Brant. All of your services are still included. And then really that 21st service really is a prescribed service. So whatever the minister actually prescribes as an additional service not listed as part of the 20, that would be something that would be under consideration. But for your purposes, for the county, all services that we are including under your DC bylaw are still eligible. Classes of a service may be established for components of a service or combination of services. So what this is an extra layer within our calculations where we now have to consider classes of services that are in addition to the 2021 services that are being proposed as part of Bill 197. What this means from a technical standpoint does not affect the county per se. It just means that for our calculations, we now have to attribute certain studies, for example, to the different services that it may relate to. So for example, if we have, an official plan that's, $50,000 for an update, we now have to go through and allocate that $50,000 between the different services that you're collecting for. So for services related to a highway or parks and rec or fire, et cetera. At the end of the day, we're still collecting for the 50,000, but we just have to do a little bit more on our end to allocate it between the different class of service. So mechanically, there's nothing that changes for the county. It's just an extra step for us that we have to do. One of the things as well is the mandatory 10% deduction has been removed for all DC services. And that's actually what triggered this DC update for the county, is now for all the services, the soft services really, with parks and recreation, library, we're now removing the 10% deduction. So that way we're able to recover, that difference that would have been mandated in the prior Development Charge Act. And then lastly, the 10-year horizon, which has been removed for all services except for transit. For the most part, this doesn't change anything for the county's development charges, partially because we do have certain master plans or certain forecasts that we are working with for different services. So we are still sticking to those. So this bullet actually does not affect you at all. But in the future, should we decide that we want to go to a longer planning horizon for some services, we're not limited to 10 years anymore. And that's mostly for the soft services. Next slide. So the DC update, just the next few slides will actually just summarize, the impetus behind the calculations. I did mention already that, we are including the social service, social housing as part of our calculations. The next point here is the 10% deduction removal. So as I said, the county no longer has to provide a 10% deduction. So we can now recover for, really that amount that we were excluding. And that includes waste diversion, ambulance, parks and recreation, library, and certain administration studies. There are still some other studies that we consider, the nature of it may have some type of benefit to non-DC services. And just to err on the side of caution, we still kept a 10% deduction for them. But that's something that really doesn't affect the calculations at the end of the day. Next slide. For the DC update for the capital adjustment, so this is where I had discussed that there were some items that, through the public works staff as well as, finance, we were able to go through certain projects within the services related to highway, water, and wastewater that had a different, tender pricing or design changes. And therefore, there were some increases or decreases depending on the project. And that's summarized actually in the development charge update study. So these were the three services that had a capital adjustment. Next slide. And then lastly, we do have some bylaw revisions as a result of the bills noted before. So as you can see with the county's DC bylaw, we are updating provisions within your bylaw to include that timing of payment. So now we are recognizing that if you are a rental or institutional development, you should be able to pay your DCs over 5 years in 6 equal installments. Similarly with the nonprofit, like I said, 20 years or 21 payments. And then we are noting the DC rate freeze. And then there are also other exemptions as part of Ontario Regulation 45419. There are additional definitions and exemptions that need to be included as part of your development charge bylaw. They were already in effect as of Jan 1, 2020, but we are making sure that they are clearly stated as part of this process. So then that way, when someone picks up the DC bylaw, they're not having to juggle between the bylaw and then the Development Charges Act. Next slide. So as we were doing the calculation, what we're presenting here right now is everything is based on the passage of the DC bylaw. And since everything was in 2019 dollars, everything you'll see here is quoted back in 2019 because we are amending your original bylaw 100-19. So what you're seeing on the screen here is your schedule of your current rates, that the county currently imposes. So as you can see, between the county-wide as well as the urban services for a single detached, we're looking at we passed a $30,000 charge for singles and semis. And then, for multiples, we're at 19,351, apartments, 19,930, apartments that are less than 2 bedrooms, 11,662. And then you have a retirement homes at 10,672 per unit. And of course, we have our non-residential at $7.26. Again, I'd like to reiterate, these were the rates that were passed under bylaw 119, unindexed in 2019 dollars. Next slide. So through this study process, as you can see here, we have highlighted in yellow all of the items that were either amended or added on. Really, the only addition here to this listing is the social housing and $1,931. With respect to everything else, as you can see, we did amend services related to highway, parks and rec, library, admin, ambulance, waste diversion, and then water and wastewater. And then I'd like to note that these figures, again, as they are in 2019 dollars, they are amending your original bylaw. When we do pass the amending bylaw, these rates will then need to be indexed to your current charges, which at this point is 10.5% as of 2021. And I believe you index on September 1st of each and every year. So this 34,000 will actually be indexed by 10.5%, roughly to the order of magnitude of about $37,500. Next slide. So really, I just like to point out, so this is the rate comparison. So this is where we're starting from and going to. As you can see, the second column here is your current bylaw. So we're at the 30,040. And with the DC calculations, again, removing the 10%, adding in the social housing, and then as well as amending roads, water, and wastewater, we're now moving up to $34,070. Next slide. And then for the non-residential, as you can see, we are moving up from $7.26 per square foot to $7.69 per square foot. Again, similar, very similar to the residential, The main changes are, the 10%. As you can see, services related to highway, that went up slightly by about, 28 cents per square foot. And then you can see there are some minor differences then for the wastewater and water. But I leave this here for council's, review at a later time. Next slide. And then with respect to the DC survey, so now this is taking a look at everything from today's dollars. These surveys, this survey of municipality is very similar to what we had provided back in 2019 when we were first passing the development charge bylaw. As you can see, you're currently, near the, just under the middle of the pack. Again, you're probably around the $33,000 mark when looking at your lower tier as well as your education development charges. And then with the changes for the DC update, we're moving up again, probably 4 spots. Just passing Niagara Falls, Fort Erie, and Thorold. So again, probably around the 37,000 range. I just like to point out that a number of these municipalities are currently undertaking development charge studies or updates over the next year or so. So obviously this chart is, will need to be updated later on, but there are a lot of municipalities here that are currently undertaking an update process. Next slide. And then similarly with commercial developments, you're currently, just under about $7-8 per square foot, $7 a square foot. And we are moving up just 1 over. So skipping Brantford, and now we are calculated, we're just slightly over that, just under the $8 mark. Again, still within the bottom half of the surveyed municipalities. Next slide. And then similar with the commercial, industrial, again, you're just moving one spot over ahead of Brantford. There are some municipalities that do exempt industrial, hence Ingersoll, Woodstock, and Norfolk County do not have a DC. But at the end of the day, you are still on the bottom half of the listing. Next slide. And the next steps is for council's consideration. We will be coming back with a bylaw, and the bylaw passage is scheduled for November 23rd, 2021. And free to answer any questions. That's it for my presentation.
Okay, if Nancy, if we have any members of the public in attendance to speak to this matter at this point?
No, Mr. Chairman, there's no members of the public in attendance to speak to the matter.
Okay. Is there any members of the public on call who would like to speak regarding the development charges?
No, Mr. Chairman, there's no matter either. Okay. Thank you.
So then we can declare the public meeting on development charges closed at this point. So do we have a member of the committee to recommend to refer the presentation to comments to the staff report development charges coming directly to council on the 23rd? Somebody could move that motion. Moved by Mayor Bailey and second by Councillor Bell. All in favor? Oh, actually, is there any questions or comments to that first? Councillor House.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Byron. Thank you, Byron, for a well-delivered explanation on a complex subject. That's a lot of information. It's a lot to absorb. Since this is a public meeting, a public hearing, I'm trying to figure out the easiest way to try to explain the development charges concept to the general public, because I think it is one of the parts of municipal governance that a lot of people don't understand. And I'm going to ask for your help in boiling that very comprehensive presentation down into a little bit of an elevator pitch. And would it be accurate if we're stopped on the street and somebody said, explain development charges to me? briefly, would it be accurate to say that growth and the essential services that have to be delivered by a municipality, those costs come from development charges paid for by the development community when they build in our municipality? And during the term of this council, I believe we started out around $22,000 per single unit to now $34,000 per single unit that's being built, which means we're charging developers more to build here, to put money towards those additional costs. And then from what I'm hearing tonight, there are some incentives built in to incentivize developers to consider building affordable housing and some of those, because they have the opportunity to spread out those payments that they have to make. And there are also now more of those additional dollars going towards housing costs within the community. Is that all fairly accurate?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, that's I guess if you're looking at it from an elevator pitch, that is almost like a Coles Notes version of it. As you say, it is correct that development charges are meant to help pay for infrastructure that's triggered by growth. Because if you did not have development charges, and that's fine, it's not mandatory, but then you would have to pick up these infrastructure costs through other sources, whether that's tax supported, rate supported through your water, wastewater rates, again, taxation, existing reserves, etc. So really the development charges and the way it's calculated, it's meant to reflect the infrastructure costs that is required to be built, and then divided by the population, the population and the units that are in the pipeline for growth. So, and that's why the charge is as it is. It's just taking a look at the dollars that need to be collected because of growth, divided by the units, whether that's res or non-residential, and then here's your charge. And then yes, through the various bills that have been passed, the province has realized that there are different development types that they'd like to incentivize, and that's why they are providing these annual payments or payments over time, but also recognizing that that would be a cash flow issue for the municipality or for York-Silsoe County, and that's why they've also built in interest policies that you can apply to it, so that way you can keep up with inflation, given that you have to provide these cash flow incentives.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Miller, and then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the presenter, I got a question specific to the new one on our list, and that's social housing, which is, I guess that's the third biggest charge on that list. So for social housing, like my understanding is we as a municipality cannot forgive anybody a development charge. If we want to do that, we have to turn around and cut them a check and say this is a grant. Is that correct?
Sorry, could you rephrase the question, Councilor?
Okay, I'm going to get into specifics, but I just want to be clear that we cannot, as a municipality, forgive any development their DC charges. The only thing we can do if we want to give them a break on some of the development charges is to turn around and cut them a check, a grant.
I guess through you, Chair, I guess I'm just a little bit unclear on the forgiveness part. Are you suggesting that if a development comes through, you're asking whether they're exempt or they don't have to pay to DC? I guess I'm unclear.
Okay, yeah, no, okay. It's specifically in relation to the social housing. Okay, I'll give you an example. Habitat for Humanity comes along, they build a house. You know how it's done through volunteers and all that. And it's for a poor family. And then we turn around and we say, okay, but you owe the county $1,931 for social housing development charges. And we as a county say that kind of seems not right. Can we forgive that charge? Or do we got to give them a grant?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there are ways to be able to counteract certain charges. Through the Development Charges Act, you are allowed to exempt or phase in any amount of the charge for a type of development or a class of development. So if you wanted to, make sure that if you're a not-for-profit, although they already get, payments that they're allowed to pay over 21 years, if it's something where you'd like them to not pay a portion of the charge, then you would classify all nonprofits, really pay a reduced charge, and you would pick and choose which services they would pick. Now, I'd just like to qualify that by any exemptions you do provide, you do have to pick up through other sources, because you always have to make the development charge whole. So if you are exempting anything, which you do exempt, I believe, farms, if they come out and pull a building permit, you have to put that money into the reserve fund, because we have calculated it at a certain rate, and the reserve funds need to be made whole.
Okay, so then a follow-up question then would be, okay, so yeah, we have a nonprofit housing development going ahead. Actually, we got a couple going ahead in the county. Fingers crossed. How do other municipalities do it? Do they have a policy in their development charges not to charge nonprofit housing developments social housing costs? Or do they just, you're going to pay that as well, and you're going to pay in 21 equal amounts? What's the best way to, or do we turn around and say, no, we'll forgive you? What's the best way to deal with it, do you think, in a fairness kind of situation?
Through the chair, every municipality is different. So it's not a brushstroke approach where everyone should do this best practice. Again, at the end of the day, each municipality does have the ability to exempt or provide a discounted amount for any types or any class of service. With respect to nonprofit housing, there may be a handful of municipalities within Ontario that may provide some type of exemption. I'll have to take a look. I don't have that information in front of me. But it is to your discretion how you'd like to have that handled. There have been some instances where I've seen it handled outside of the development charge bylaw, whether through a grant program. So, if you have a grant program that you'd like to implement that would be outside of the DC bylaw, if a development would come through and say they meet the criteria of that grant, then maybe you would provide them, an amount equal to the DC that would have been payable. And then that way it's treated outside of the development charge bylaw. So that's one possibility. And again, there may be some other instances that, we can explore, and that would be something that I would happily chat with staff.
Okay, yeah, if you don't want to, but I think in this case, it probably for us anyways, maybe don't put it in the development charges, but like you say, treat it outside, and maybe we would look that way. At least we can look at it on a case by case basis. So, thank you, Mr. Tan, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenter. I have two questions. One is a question of detail on your slide, which compares the current bylaw and the proposed bylaw, specifically around wastewater services. I'm surprised that number has actually gone down, because it's not many months since we were presented with an update on the St. George wastewater facility, which showed a significant increase in cost. Now, maybe that's because we take more of that in our water rates than I'm imagining, but could you explain why I don't see an increase there?
Through the chair, through our discussions with, with Public Works staff, as part of the project by project analysis, there were some project costs that either increased or decreased, but I believe the majority of what's attributing to the decrease in the wastewater services actually is a result of developer agreements that they would contribute a little bit more towards the capital projects. And I'm happy if staff can step in if I'm misspeaking, but I believe that's where it's coming from, is there's a larger contribution from the development community towards the projects.
Okay, that sounds like a very reasonable answer. Thank you. My second question, and it's one really that I'm surprised there was no public input. Now, maybe I'm mistaking or not correctly recognizing public and the development community as one group. So am I to take it that there are no comments from the public about what you're proposing? No pushback?
Through the chair, unless there was anything heard, I don't believe we did get any comments. For the most part, as I mentioned, this is a DC update. This is not a full-blown DC bylaw study. So really, a lot of the changes here were more policy-oriented. Again, as a result of the changes to the Development Charges Act, we removed the 10%, added in, definitions and, other exemptions and timings of payment. With respect to the, social housing and then as well as the water, wastewater and roads, again, we did not receive any feedback. I'm not sure whether staff received anything, but I know I did not see anything on our end.
Well, I find that, Mr. Through the Chair, I find that very encouraging. So thank you.
Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Byron. You mentioned that you went through project by project. What projects were included in the Canesville area in the DC bylaw?
I'll have to defer through the chair. I'll have to ask the assistance of staff to help me on that one. There were a number of projects that were similar. They basically stayed the same or were similar from the 2019 Development Charges Study. I tried to pull it up, but I was hoping maybe staff would be able to assist there.
Would you be able to help Pam or Matt? Okay, Heather, you able to speak to that?
I will try through the chair. I know Rob was on here before from operations. He would have been the one to specifically identify. I don't know by memory as to which ones are in there. I can look it up tomorrow and send it to you, Councillor Gatward, as to what ones are in there for the Canesville area.
Okay. So there is some, Robin just came on. Maybe does she know?
Through you, Mr. Chair, when you look at the details of the study, which is on our website, they're broken down by service, not by area. So I can see just quickly glancing at it that there is the Canesville water main and trunk water main for sure that's listed in there. But we, like Heather mentioned, we can go through and pull out all the pieces and send that out tomorrow.
Okay, so Canesville water and wastewater servicing are in there. That's great. Thank you. And yeah, if you want to send me anything else that you have, that's great too. Thank you.
Do we have any further questions? Councillor Chambers.
Yes, through you to Byron. I noticed in the comparators that the city of Woodstock has 0 for industrial development charges. And the city of Woodstock is one of our competitors for industrial assessment. And if you go take a drive through Woodstock, you can see that they are adding industrial assessment at a rapid rate if you go to the right places. I'm just wondering, how does Woodstock, is that just a political decision to not charge development charges on industrial development, or is there some strategy or something that I don't know?
Through the chair, I have not worked, for Woodstock on their development charges. I'd imagine though that it would be something that was either through a staff report or some type of policy decision that they made a decision to not include development charges for industrial. I would have to take a look to see if I could dig up their background study and take a look at perhaps why they chose not to include it. But for now, I wouldn't be able to answer that. Councilor.
So in effect, then, what would be collected by development charge on industrial properties in the city of Woodstock essentially is picked up or paid for by the total tax base. It would have to be, would it not?
Through the chair, that is correct. As I mentioned in my previous comment, any type of exemptions or phase-in or reductions in the charge must be picked up by the municipality. So if they are exempting the charge and perhaps their charge is similar to their commercial of say $3 a square foot, and if assuming that their charge would have been $3 for industrial as well, then any square footage that is developed for that area would be that charge times the square footage that they're developing is what they're exempting and have to be funded from other sources. Again, I do not have their information in front of me, so obviously I'm using that $3 as an example, but that is correct. They would be paying it through the tax base or the existing ratepayers.
And my final question is with regard to whether a municipality can discount an industrial development charge rather than charge whatever you've calculated it to be. If we said politically, well, we want to attract industrial assessment and rather than what's calculated, we're going to charge $1.50 per square foot rather than what you have calculated. Can you do that kind of stuff?
Through the chair, yes, you can. A municipality does have the ability to charge, up to the maximum that we calculated. Again, the Development Charge Act allows you the ability to impose a DC, so you can either impose the full amount we calculated or anywhere from that and zero. It is your decision.
And that's not looked upon as bonusing as it would be if we were reducing the tax assessment.
Through the chair, that's correct. As long as you are looking at it from the whole class of service. So in this case, it's all industrial. So you're not saying, one type of industrial gets it, but another type doesn't. You're basically discounting any industrial development.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks. Did you want any comments, Michael, about that, or is that sufficient? Okay. Is there any other questions from, oh, no, okay, thanks. Any other questions from the councillors? Okay, so we have a motion and it's been seconded. All in favor? Okay, pass. Thank you very much, Brian, for your presentation. It was very thorough and well done. Thanks again. So, Marilyn Miranda, General Manager, Community Services and Social Development, City of Brantford, Mayor's Housing Partnership Task Force. And we're going to need a motion for this one to extend beyond the 10 minutes for the presentation. If I could have that motion. Moved by Councillor House, seconded by Councillor Pierce. All in favor? Okay, that's passed. So if Marilyn's there, available.
So through the chair, I'm Marlene Miranda, General Manager. Actually, good morning or good afternoon. Can I have the presentation put up actually before I get started?
Certainly, just a moment, please.
So am I good to proceed?
Go ahead, Marilyn.
Thank you. Through the chair, Marlene Miranda, General Manager of Community Services and Social Development, and the Service Manager for both the County of Brant and the City of Brantford. With me this evening, I have Deb Schlifter, the Acting Director of Housing and Homelessness. I'd like to thank you once again for the invitation to return to present the Mayor's Affordable Housing Action Plan and to provide today a brief update of the progress to date. We would like to advise that a comprehensive report is being finalized for the December cycle for the Social Services Committee and for Council. As you know, the Housing Master Plan outlines a bold goal of creating 506 new municipally owned units over the next 10 years. The Mayor's Affordable Housing Action Plan outlines the activities that have been accomplished and the plan of moving forward to create a more housing options more quickly across the housing continuum. I'd like to turn it over to Deb now for an overview of the action plan. Next slide, please.
Deb may be muted.
Okay, I'm good now. Sorry, I just got audio. Thank you. I just want to go over a few of the overview notes. So having enough affordable housing to meet the need is really important. It improves our economic stability, health, and well-being of individuals and households in our community. Next slide. And we know that the population is expected to grow in the next 10 years with an overall increase of 26.8%. So that is a big concern. Next slide. This just shows the continuum. I really don't like it more as a continuum because it's really a number of different options within the community and people move between those options. There is pressure on every single part of this continuum. We have pressure at the homelessness end, the rental housing end, and at the home ownership end. So all these pressures mean that we have work to do across all these different options. Next slide. Just some background about the task force itself. It was established in November of 2019. It came out of a couple of those pressures that came through reports. So the 10-year housing stability plan is one of those reports. And there was also a conversation about homelessness. And so again, some pressures and then the concern around the wait list. So specifically the housing stability plan is a 10-year plan. It's the overarching plan for all of our work. And it set some targets in that plan for 506 units that would be developed by the municipalities and 337 units to be developed by others. So this could be nonprofits, co-ops, or even the private sector. But the affordable housing unit should be something that's shared between both municipality and others. There's also another plan, the Municipal Housing Master Plan, that had a target, and that was taking that 506 units and just really trying to figure out how we were going to go about making that happen. And so the Municipal Housing Plan really is explaining the process and the direction for how we're going to create those units. Next slide, please. The purpose of the task force was to help create more housing options more quickly across the whole housing continuum. So to do this, it would be through developing partnerships, helping accelerate the development piece so that when you sometimes that part can take a long time, and then to deliver an action plan. That was the delivery piece. And there was 5 project teams that were going to work towards different sort of special sections. And I'll cover that a little bit later. And the process was then taking membership from across the different sectors, so the public sector, private and nonprofit sectors, to populate those different teams and to come up with that action plan. Next slide. So the action plan was finalized over the year 2020. As you can imagine, that was also the year that COVID impacted us. And so things got a bit delayed, but most of the work was accomplished by the end of the year. And a report was taken to council, city council in January, and they approved it there. And then the idea was that there would be an annual progress report that would be combined with the Municipal Housing Master Plan report. So there would be sort of one combined progress report starting this December, the first annual report. Next slide. So I want to go through very, very quickly. You have the report, but there's 17 different action plans, and they're divided by those different teams. So there was one group just working on inventory and mapping, and there's a number of items. We'll skip through them very quickly. But inventorying, creating a map that would show where these assets are and understanding what's available that might be suitable for the development of affordable housing. So next slide. Then there were some financial option target action items that were specific to finances. So how do we know where we can get funding? What are the potential sources? What are municipal financing options? Next slide, please. Mentorship. We developed a mentorship program. I'll talk a little bit about that next. And provide some education sessions so that people who are interested in developing housing have some experts that they can rely on and some training. Next slide. Joint application. This was to try to get ahead in case there was some funding opportunities. If we could put a joint funding application together, then it would be ready to go. And then industry partners was the last of the groups. And they wanted to, one of the action plans is to review the whole development review process. Can we make that more streamlined and a quicker process? Next slide, please. And then there was a number of action items that were just future focused. So how do we know how many units we can build on certain spots? The John Noble home property was one. Continue that mapping exercise to see how we could distribute them evenly, fairly across the city and county. Redirect some of the mortgage stability funds. Next slide, please. And use some of the funds from different sale of assets. And so how could we do that? Provide ongoing support for that mentorship program. Establish a housing master plan working group. Next slide. So there's actually 17 action items. There's a slide missing. And so you'll see in your report, there's the last three items, 15, 16, and 17, basically maintain an inventory of grant opportunities. 16 is to review the whole exemption of development charges for infill development. And number 17 was making sure that any of the future capital projects, repairs or new, would line up with the city's climate change emergency declaration. So that's just a quick overview. You can see in the action plan the more details about those, but those are the action items. And just quickly some highlights of the action plan. There was an inventory of potential lands. It is basically a project that we keep adding to. So as we learn of new places and new options, we can put them into the plan. We have the mentorship program has already started with getting some interested people who are willing to be mentors and some people who are interested in being mentees. And we've got a 101 housing development presentation that we've created. So it's just a matter of putting a forum together to bring those groups together. And we do have a housing master plan working group that started with, it's an internal staffing group. So we've got people from both the city and from the county on that committee. Thanks. So here's just a picture of the map that refers to the County of Brant. these are potential items. It may be hard to see on this, but hopefully you can enlarge that on your own computers. It just shows some of the potential sites within the county that could be potentially developed for affordable housing. Again, each of those properties, we'd have to go through a bit of a feasibility study to see what could be developed there, what kind of zoning is currently there, what would the zoning have to change to. The little chart on the corner is where units are already in the county where they're located currently. So that's just a part of the mapping exercise. And then the next slide, please. So I'll hand it over to Marlene. Thanks.
So I'll just walk us through a bit of the funding and just some of the progress that we've had to date on some of the actual development. So just from a funding perspective, as Deb's already articulated, the task force met during 2020 with the final report going to council in January of this year. So some of the funding assumptions that presented here are based on some of those discussions during 2020. And at the time of the report, Marlene Ave had already been built with the 30 units, contributing to the 506 unit goal. So the estimated cost for the 10-year plan in 2020 was approximately $100 million based on the 476 units. Once we've removed the 30 from Marlene Ave. With the assumption of the grant opportunities, the funding commitment is approximately $55 million for both municipalities, which would be cost share, obviously, between the County of Brant and the City of Brantford, for approximately $45 million to the city split and $10 million to the county. Several reports have come forward since that, and there are discussions on the cost sharing formula going forward. So an estimated cost at that time with a population cost sharing contribution agreement was projected to be about a $40 million to a $15 million split over the 10-year period of the full plan. Next slide, please. So staff are pleased to say that we've had some great progress to date. As Deb's already said, the Master Housing Plan Working Group continues to meet with both city and county staff, and they meet on a regular basis to move this large project forward. Of the bold goal of 506 units, there is 179 units already built or in progress and hopeful to be built in the next several months and year. Marlene Ave opened and has been operationalized since 2020, which provides much needed supportive housing to our communities. 18 Sturton Ave is targeted to open its doors next month, so we're pretty excited about the open house that we're planning, and invites have been circulated. 177 Colburn Street is well on its way as well, with the modular units being built off-site. Staff are awaiting an approval of a business case from the province, and so other components can move forward. 170 Trillium Way is also in progress, along with Shullard Lane's development. Next slide. So specific to the county, I thought I'd just walk us through the Trillium Way. So as council is aware, there's been several reports that have moved forward. More recently in January of 2021, there was a Trillium Way development update report that was that had gone through to Social Services Committee and Council. And more recently in May, there was a report that went to Social Services Committee and Council on the housing development progress of Affordable Housing Action Plan and the Housing Master Plan. So we continue to work on the Trillium Way development and the progress to date, and to get this project moving. We have applied for the Rapid Housing Initiative, which is a federal application. We applied back in December on the first round, and unfortunately we're unsuccessful. But with the second round of RHI funding, we did submit another application in August. We are waiting to hear the outcome of that application, and we are hopeful that we'll hear any day now. So we continue to wait for that. Staff has completed the phase 1 and 2 environmental assessments. We're finalizing the traffic circle land exchange agreement and the rezoning. Project manager has been procured and is waiting, and the RFP for design build is ready to be posted once we can move forward. Next slide, please. So just next steps, as approved by the Social Services Committee and Council, staff are preparing a comprehensive joint report for the December cycle and the annual updates on the Housing Master Plan and Affordable Housing Action Plan. So we look forward to providing that report and answering more detailed questions. But I'd like to thank you for your time, and Deb and I are open to any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have some questions for Miranda? Councillor House, and then Councillor LaFerriere.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you, Marlene and Deb, for coming in tonight and giving us some information. This is a topic that's important to a lot of people in our community, and I'm sure if that's not exactly reflected in our audience numbers on YouTube tonight, that there will be other people that we encourage to view this, to learn more about this important subject. So we appreciate the presentation. I have 3 or 4 specific questions. First, I'm a little bit concerned process-wise. I'm a little bit concerned as your partner in this. I'm a little bit concerned that this was presented to the City of Brantford's council in January and approved, and we're seeing it in November. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity as we proceed in our partnership together on this, if there's an opportunity for us to tighten our communications up a little bit. That's not a question, just a comment. So again, for the benefit of the people who are watching this or who may watch it later, and it was a lot of information delivered quickly, good, but quickly. It boils down to $100 million to build around 500 units of affordable housing, give or take. And the way the math breaks down, as I recall, was that out of that $100 million, 45 million is anticipated to come from other levels of government, provincial and federal government. That leaves $55 million that has to come from the 2 municipalities who are working on this together. Out of that $55 million, $15 million is proposed to come from us, $40 million to come from the City of Brantford to create that missing $55 million. So my 2 questions are, well, 3 questions are actually, how do you feel about what's your confidence level in the other levels of government coming up with the 45 million? Because all of this seems to hinge largely on that. Second question is, and we're going through some cost sharing discussions. 15 million out of 55 million is around 28%, which is a population-based ratio. 28% of 476 units is 134 units. So if we end up working together, so we deliver $15 million and the city delivers $40 million, can the residents of the County of Brant, the taxpayers of the County of Brant, the people who contribute to the piggy bank where this money comes from, can they anticipate that 134 out of the 476 units will end up being built in the County of Brant?
Just quickly, Steve.
Yeah.
I had a message come across that the recording stopped.
Excuse me, my computer ran out of memory. I'm just going to clear some up and I'm just going to continue. We're still live to YouTube though, so all is good.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we can continue then?
Yes,
or do
you
you
can.
want us to? Okay. I interrupted you, Steve. Do you have more before I ask Marilyn to answer?
Yeah, I'm wrapping up. But so the first question is, do you have confidence in the 45 million showing up from the provincial and the federal governments? Second question was, because we will be asked by residents, you know, if we're kicking in 15 million, 28%, can we anticipate that 134 of the 476 units will be built in the county of Brant? And then lastly, one of the details in your financial slide that you sent us is that the Brantford's contribution or Brantford's financial plan for their portion of the $55 million hinges on, I'm using the words in the document, hinges on the sale of a Brantford municipal asset. If the sale of that Brantford municipal asset is held up, does that delay all of this? So I know that's a lot of questions, but hopefully I haven't overloaded.
So thank you. Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll ask Deb to chime in. She has a bit more history with me. She's been with the city a little bit longer. So if I may, Councillor Howes, I'd like to start by apologizing for the late presentation to the county council. I understand now that it was a direction that was provided in January to present. And I will say that there's a lot of new faces and I think it got overlooked until it was brought forward a few weeks ago when staff presented to council. So moving forward, absolutely, we will make a commitment to work with your staff and the Social Services Committee to present in more timely fashion. So please accept our apologies on not presenting. So I'll try to tackle your questions one at a time and then just ask Deb to chime in, probably more so on the third one. So from a level of confidence for the 45 million, as you know, affordable housing or housing is critically required. It is a priority both federally and provincially, and both of our municipalities have identified it as clearly demonstrated in this action plan that it is definitely a priority. We have been quite successful in receiving funding for some of the projects that we have already undertaken and are undertaking. So we are confident that funding will continue to flow. However, we will continue to explore it, and I can't commit or guarantee, but we will definitely explore all grant applications and bring them forward. And we will not proceed clearly until we have full endorsement from both councils. Related to the 28%, shall I proceed?
I believe we're okay because we're on YouTube.
Okay, fair enough. So we will work with both councils, and through the working group, we are identifying jointly properties that will be developed and that can be developed and working together. So I can say with fair confidence that we will strive to ensure that the units that are allocated to the county or proportionally allocated to the county will be top of mind, and we will make those efforts to bring them forward for your endorsement and direction. I'm going to turn over the last question to Deb, if I may, around the sale of the assets, as she would have more detail.
Thanks. Marlene, I'm just going to go back to the earlier question around the confidence around the funding from senior levels of government. The key is being ready when the funding comes. And so our goal is to have properties, more than one, development ready so that we can access that funding. Often what happens is the funding comes and we don't have any land that meets the criteria and we miss out on that funding opportunity. So that's the piece that we'll be more confident on getting that funding if we have more land that's ready, development ready to access. The final question was around the asset. That was one particular asset that is being looked at, but I think there are questions about if that asset doesn't go through. There are other assets we're also looking at. So as new lands become available and need to be disposed of, where did the sale of those, the proceeds go? Can they go into the housing pot? So it's not dependent on one particular land or another. It's going to be on a number of potential sales.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, quick follow-up.
Okay.
Sure, thanks. I appreciate all the answers. And we really appreciate seeing the details of Trillium in your presentation. That always makes the people here happy. As I've said recently to someone, I think the most County of Brant residents don't necessarily realize that the city of Brantford owns and runs the Trillium building. And I think that's something that people are not necessarily aware of, but we remain hopeful about the funding results. Obviously, you're going to keep us posted on that, and we look forward to putting a shovel in the ground on that property. Thank you.
Okay. Council, did you have a quick comment, Councilor Pierce or LaFerriere?
I've got a question and a comment, but Mark was before me. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Councilor LaFerriere?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenters, 3 quick questions, hopefully. One is 177 Colburn Street, the modular units. Is that the case housing that came to social services?
So through the chair, no, that is separate. The case housing is on Strinton, and it's actually the 4 units that are having occupancy next month. So the 177 is the modular build that has the 26 units. That has also come to Social Services Committee.
Okay. Sorry. So then that the 4 studio units, when just a little history for those on the committee, when that came to Social Services, that was presented as a city plan. Then it sort of got presented as a let's do it in the county, and then we were told we're going to do a joint study for both the city and the county. Where's the county piece to that? Is there any options for case housing in the county specifically in any time in the near future?
I think the answer we can say is yes. This was a pilot, the case home, doing an infill on a small piece of parcel of land. So we've discovered how there's always a few hoops to jump through, but because it was a pilot, we're wanting to repeat that in other places where infill makes sense in the county and in the city. So it's meant to be replicated. Yes.
And I guess my last question on this is specific to work between the city and the county. When we're doing this, I know Steve asked about the units and the measure of units between both. And I heard a lot of comments about striving and hoping and top of mind. But if we're putting in $15 million, what's in your opinion the best way to turn those words into things like guarantee, will, must, when it comes to making sure that we have a good mix between both the city and the county? And then I do have a quick follow-up on that, if I can, Mr. Chair.
I would like to use the working group to help us come up with some sort of scenarios of what would be a fair distribution of the units and where should they be. I think that group is made up of both county and city staff who have a lot of information that could be helpful in that. I think that would be one place to start. At this point, it would be like the cost sharing agreement. What principles would we use? How would we sort of decide what is sort of fair distribution, on what basis? And we'll come up with some different ideas.
And I guess my follow-up is, the reason I asked that specifically, I understand that there are numerous places in the county that may make sense. I know we have to do studies, et cetera, that may make sense for affordable housing. We knew that back 8 years ago when I was on the committee doing the 10-year master plan for housing between the city and county. My worry is, I don't know where the brownfields in Eagle Place meet up with this, but right now the county has a bunch of land and the city doesn't, that could be used to this. What happens when the brownfields come up that are in a place with a lot of affordable housing already? You could say almost maybe too much public housing in one area. Will the musts and the wills, that language is helpful to us, because when the city has a lot of land to put public housing in, my worry is that it'll all go, or a lot of it will go to an area that's already served by that and with a lot of land. So having that language in there before that happens, to me, would make it seem a little more feasible that the county will get a fair share of units. I guess that's more of a
I
comment.
think that's the language around fair distribution. What does that look like? We do want affordable housing spread around, and we want it in different communities.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, question and a comment, if I could. So it's my understanding when you talk about the funding from the different levels of provincial and federal government, when it comes to affordable housing, we'll take Trillium, for example, that the way that it would work is because the facility, I'm using Trillium as the example here, because the facility is in the county, they look at the overall health well-being of the county when the decision is made whether funding will be given or not. So is it safe to say that unfortunately, as much as if we want to have an equal balance there, are we up against the wall when it comes to these builds happening in the county because of the way the provincial and federal government work with their granting?
My understanding is that the grants come to the CMA. So it comes to the whole area, the community, both the county and the city. It comes as a whole, based on the whole,
Okay.
not on the county alone.
So it doesn't matter where the physical building is, it's the overall whole?
The funding itself comes to the whole, to the service manager as for both the city and the county. So it's not determined on just the county demographics. It's counted as the whole service manager area.
Okay, that's good to know. And then if I could, Mr. Chair, just a quick comment. And I know it's already been said, the fact that, this was to the city in January, is coming to us in November. So be it on that. But what I have to say, unfortunately, and don't take this the wrong way, but it is going to be the wrong way. When you folks came to the administration and operations meeting a few weeks ago, and it was a last minute package that we received, there was a whole bunch of information in it and we ran through it very quickly. It's almost like the record skipped and we're back in the exact same place because the package we got today, this afternoon sometime, again, there's a lot of information in it. And then we use the discussion of, there's 17 different action plans in here. We're going to skip through them very quickly. Honestly, and I don't feel that's fair to us as a council to get that much information that late to not be able to go through it and digest it and have some questions for you folks. So I was the one that asked the question at administration and operations, and I'm going to ask it again. Can we please ensure, like Councillor Howe says here, we're partners in this. Can we please ensure that we get the material sooner the next time than what we have the last two times? I'm sorry to have to say it like that, but it's very disappointing that this has happened again, like 2 weeks later after this discussion, and here we are again. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Marlene and Deb. The Sunrise Villa housing project in Burford, it's a smaller project and it's on a well and septic system. Have the housing department considered, when I looked at the map and the distribution of where the housing is and where it may be proposed, I didn't see anything in Mount Pleasant area. And there's amenities in Mount Pleasant, and there's going to be new subdivisions there in the future. And they do have municipal water in Mount Pleasant, although no sewers. Would that area be suitable for a build similar to the Sunrise Villa, perhaps in a new area, so that we had a mix of housing in those new subdivisions. Now, they won't come forward until the city services Tula Heights themselves and releases that water capacity back to Mount Pleasant so that we can grow again in Mount Pleasant. But I'm wondering if that's a possibility.
The mapping exercise is a dynamic one, so we will continue to update the map as new properties and new lands become identified. The county is part of that process, so as you identify potential lands that you'd like to be considered, they can go on that list.
Okay, that's great. And they're in the village of Mount Pleasant, and there's a school there. There's a churches, there's the windmill, which has a variety of goods for sale. So it could be a community that would certainly welcome some diverse housing types. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chambers and then Councillor Bell.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. This might sound like an unusual approach. I'm just wondering, a lot of the questions tonight and a lot of the discussion has been the county versus the city in terms of where and how much and whatnot. I'm wondering if it might, if I throw this out as maybe devil's advocate to save my reputation here, but I'm wondering if it should not be looked at as a city-county housing strategy without the boundaries of the city and the county. A large portion of the county is better served by the city of Brantford than the town of Paris. I'll use the library as an example. In the eastern and southern part of the county, it was the city of Brantford's library served a large portion of the people, and the people wanted that. The people in East Brant County did not want to go to Scotland or Burford or St. George or Paris for library services. So I'm wondering why we are now focused on the county has to have so many affordable housing units. We talked about Mount Pleasant. Well, it's just a hop, step, and a jump into West Brantford, where there are affordable housing sites identified. And people living in the Mount Pleasant, Scotland, east, south areas might sooner want to locate in an affordable housing complex in the city of Brantford than in the town of St. George or the town of Paris. So maybe we are getting a little bit wrapped up in our municipal boundaries when it comes to affordable housing, and we should be looking at it as affordable housing for the city and the county as one rather than as separate entities, because maybe the city within the city boundaries can better serve people in the county boundaries than what we're seen to be focusing and moving toward. If you look at the map, and I don't have it in front of me, there's a large portion of the county that's blue and orange and yellow in that diagram that could just as well be served by a affordable housing unit complex in the eastern part of the city or the southern part of the city as it would be in the northern part of Paris. So I just throw that out for maybe discussion and maybe some comment from the delegation.
So through the chair, thank you for the comments and the question. I will say that we are the service manager for both municipalities, and although we're retained by the city and we work within the city, our responsibility and our role is to represent both, and we do treat the services that we provide to both in a regional manner. So we do work in that philosophy. We do need to work through the governance models as we make decisions and as we get direction and approval from the both councils. But I just want to emphasize that as a service manager, a regional approach is the way that we do look at the projects that and the services that we provide.
Just to follow up, I'm wondering if you see the county elected officials and the city elected officials thinking the same way, or is that putting you on the spot?
So through the chair, I think both, and I don't want to speak for any of you because that's just not fair, but I would think that respectfully, each and every one of you has made a commitment to improve the affordable housing in both our communities and doing what is best for our communities.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Bell. You're on mute.
I lost my mouse. It ran away. I'm sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Deb and to Marlene, a couple of questions, one of which, well, in fact, it's really one question, but it's built around your housing continuum. It's a very illustrative document or graph, and it shows a wait list of 1,700 families. And that's really the problem that we're trying to tackle. And the Mayor's task force has addressed 506 units out of 1,700. But I was taken with a statistic that Deb mentioned. She said in the next 10 years, we're going to grow by 27% in population. So if that same 27% is applied to the 1,700, we're looking at another 500 homes we have to find. So in a sense, putting 500 homes in place, which is commendable, really allows us to stand still in the bigger picture. So my question is, should we be, as both councils, thinking about spending more money, investing more money in social housing than we are today? And so there's a lead on from that, because in the grouping that formed the Mayor's task force, I didn't see Lozani, I didn't see Grandview, I didn't see Empire, I didn't see any of the major developers there. And so the burden is falling on the municipalities. And what we're hearing tonight is, even if we run as hard as we can, we will stand still. So what more can we do? And should it be us that's doing it? And if not, how can we involve the major developers to help? Thank you.
Through you to the chair, this is exactly the conundrum that we're in. We are trying to create 506 units to basically get to the same proportion of service level that we have today. So we're anticipating growth. The 506 only gets us to where we are currently in terms of proportion of affordable housing. So you're correct. We'd love to do more, but you're right. It's hard for us to do all of it. And so we do want to incentivize the private sector to also contribute. We've discovered that the development charge waiving alone isn't bringing them to the table like we had hoped. It tends to now need to be sort of layered approaches. And so we've discovered with the new CIP community improvement plan incentives layered with the development charge opportunities that might bring some people to the table. So I think we're trying to bring as many incentives as we can to bring others to join us, because you're right, we cannot do it alone. We can only kind of keep up where we're currently at, but we need others to come to the table.
A quick follow on, John, if I may. So to Deb and to mine, have we had any of our major developers work with the city to commit to build affordable housing using these incentives?
I am in a number of conversations currently with developers who are interested in rental housing, as well as ones that are interested in affordable home ownership housing with some incentives on the table. So there are groups that are interested. We usually get a couple calls, at least a call a week. Not all of those develop very far. Some are just checking it out, but others are interested in pursuing, and we do have some that are moving down that path.
And sorry, one final question, Mr. Chair, if I may. Is that information shared with county planning staff, or are you working, when you're talking about working with developers, is that both across county and city?
Yes, and it's pre-report. So this is early stages where people are trying to investigate what's available to them. And then they will go from there to the next step in the process. We are open to any conversations with any developers in any of the locations. So we're trying to put the flag up and let people know that we're open for business that way.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions for the presenters? Okay. Thank you very much, Marilyn and Deb, for your report. Just echoing what Councillor Pierce said, that I do wish that we'd received it earlier, that we would have had a little bit better time to digest the information a little more thoroughly. But again, do anyway appreciate, and hopefully that can be rectified in the future. So we have a final report. How would the committee like to handle it? We have a motion. Councillor Bell. You're on mute. Sorry.
Move to receive the report, Mr. Chair.
Second by Councillor Laferriere.
No, I think the mayor had his hand up.
Oh, Mayor Bailey. Okay. Second by Mayor Bailey. Okay, all in favor? Okay, thank you very much. Pass. Okay. Adoption of minutes from the previous meeting, 5-1. Recommendation, the Policy Development Strategic Direction Committee minutes of October 12th, 2020 be approved. Do we have motion for approval? Moved by Councillor Pierce, second by Councillor Coleman. All in favor? Okay, pass. Thank you. Business arising from the minutes, is there any? Okay, I don't see any. So consent items to be received. Do we have any, Nancy?
No, we do not.
Okay. Would people like a break for a few minutes before we move on, or should we just carry on through?
Carry on.
Okay.
Maybe when we go on camera, we take a bit of a break.
Okay. Okay. Staff reports 8-1, RPT 21-262 Riverview Highland Subdivision Parking. Pam Dusling and Namsik and Todd. Pam, would you like to talk to this?
Yep, thank you, Chair McAlpine. We have no presentation tonight, PowerPoint at least, but I will say that on behalf of Development Services, we're able to bring this report forward as a result of Mr. Boltman's deputation on September 28th, and it also follows up on various council and staff inquiries related to parking in the Riverview Highlands subdivision in Paris. As you can see from the report, there are a number of long-term, medium-term, and short-term solutions to assist with the on-street parking challenges in that neighborhood. And I'll note that on page 3 of the report, the unit numbers are reversed between blocks 32 and 33. It should state that there are 28 condo units in block 32 and 102 condo units in block 33. And most importantly, it should be noted that the recommendation should identify Schedule 3 and not Schedule 2. So we do apologize for those errors. With me tonight are Julie Tott, Development Technologist, and Dan Natsmiak, as well as Matt Vaughn, Director of Planning, and we're here to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for our planners? Councillor Bell, and then Councillor Pierce.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Pam. On one Tom Brown Drive, where we have had some issues with too few visitor parking spaces, compounded by problems with garage design that meant that the garages couldn't be effectively used as receptacles for full-size vehicles, which compounded the parking problem. I think my understanding is that the reason we only have 4 visitor spots rather than what should be probably 12 if I use the zoning bylaw is that sort of fell between the old bylaw and the new bylaw, and this was a pragmatic solution that the last council agreed to. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Bell.
Okay, thank you. Just moving on, if I may then, when it comes to the new blocks, 97 and 98, our bylaw says that there should be 0.35 of a visitor park per unit, and yet we're using 0.25. So aren't we just further compounding the parking problems in that area?
So through the chair, I can ask Dan to follow up in more detail if needed, but I can say that we are using the requirements in the current zoning bylaw. We're also working with the local developer, in particular on block 97, to include additional parking than is required. And Lizani seems to be commendable in working with us well on block 97 in that regard.
Would you like to add to that, Dan, or?
Through Mr. Chair, nothing more to add other than just recognizing that the current zoning requirement for visitor parking is 3.05 per unit, and that any number such as 0.25 would have been permitted as part of a previous zoning bylaw amendment application.
So, Mr. Chair, then, if I may, to Pam or to Dan, so that's sort of grandfathered in. Is that my understanding?
Mr. Chair, through Mr. Chair, that's correct. Those are the current standards that we have to work with.
Okay. I have one further comment, and it's related to the long-term solutions that the authors have put in their report, which I think is commendable. But my question, I think, related to it is how many of the developments are already past the point where any of these long and medium-term solutions can be affected?
Through Chair McAlpine, that is a challenging question to answer, Councillor Bell. I can have staff do a little follow-up and we can get back to you with a specific number, but it's my assumption that there are quite a few developments that are in the hopper, so to speak, that will continue to utilize the requirements today.
So giving an example of the NIF Peninsula development, is that one, for example, that we could bring your solutions to?
Through you again, Chair McAlpine, to Councillor Bell, I have to just confirm on exactly the phasing approaches and where each phase of that development is today. But it's my guess that there have already been some approvals in that area, and again, they would be at today's standards.
So sorry, if I may, John, Chair John, one final question then. So that your solutions are really intended for developments that are yet to reach the stage that, for example, the NIF development has reached?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. First of all, I'll move that we put this on the floor so we can continue to talk about it, but I do have a friendly amendment that I'd like to make it at the appropriate time. So first of all, yeah, thank you for this report. We've heard a lot lately in regards to parking issues, whether they be in the row housing or on the streets around them. So I appreciate the fact that, you know, we are looking to see what we can do going into the future. As was alluded to there earlier, unfortunately, there's some that are already, as we call them, in the hopper. We're not going to be able to do much about. What I would like to understand, though, has there been any talk, and knowing full well they could just say no, but has there been discussions with the developers that are already calling them in the hopper to say, look, you know what, we need you to work with us. You know, you're obviously going to be doing more building in the community. We need you to work with us in giving, you know, a little bit more on the parking side. And I'm curious, have those discussions, or have any discussions like that been had? And if so, what was the feedback?
To throw Chair McAlpine to Councillor Pierce. Definitely there's have been discussions in that regard. There's continuing to be discussions in that regard. Obviously, some developers are more willing to work with staff than others, but we will, as staff, continue to do what's best for the community in terms of that fine line between walkable communities and enough parking in our communities.
No, and I appreciate that. So yeah, Mr. Chair, when you feel the time is right, I do have an amendment that I'd like to add to this motion.
So maybe we should ask for the recommendation, I guess, if you'll move that, and seconder to get it on the floor. So it's moved by, or second by John Bell, and moved by John Pierce. So is there any further questions before we John Pierce makes his amendment? Okay, Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do understand that the recommendation at this point in time is that we do receive this for information. But what I'd like to add to it, if I could, is that you know, receive for information and that the site plan approval for the blocks 32, 33, 34, 35, 97, 98, and 99 for the Mile Hill Phase 2 subdivision be bumped up for approval by council and not the development services staff of the County Brant.
And second, is that your second to that, Mark?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, second by Mark. And do we have some comments or questions regarding that? Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, actually, we don't need a motion. That's Councillor Pierce's prerogative. He can just request that, and that is how we do that. We don't need a motion. Any councillor can request a bump up on any site plan approval, but we can do it this way.
Okay. Well, we do have a motion. We do have it second. Any further comments? Okay, then we'll call the vote then on that, if that's appropriate. All those in favor? Okay, passed. Okay. Thank you very much, Pam, for your report. Moving on to 8.2 RPT 21-267, water rebate leak forgiveness policy. D. Stevenson.
Chair McAlpine, this is Alex Davidson here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay, if you'd like to go ahead and speak
Wonderful.
to it.
So this report results from some policies that we introduced when we brought the new humpback water rate study or water rate format forward back in the spring. And staff was directed then to bring back a report on these 4 items, 3 of them being water conservation incentive programs, and one of them being a method to deal with acute high water bills that people get when they have plumbing leaks, their plumbing fails, that sort of thing. I think for the most part, they're good news stories. One of them deal with residential low flow toilet rebate program. We'd be offering $50 per toilet if someone was to install a low flow, replaced a high flow toilet with a low flow toilet. Residential washing machine replacement program, we'd be offering $100. These are one-time costs to the property for replacement of a older non-efficient washing machine for a high efficient washing machine. And the other is related, that's for those two are for residential properties. And for ICI properties, we'd be offering incentives at two levels. One for properties that would use up to 10 cubic meters. We would partner with them to provide a water review or a water audit. And for people that, and for properties that use more than 10 cubic meters, we would partner with them up to 50% of the cost of the audit to do the audit. And if some recommendations come out of it, we would partner with them for up to 50% of the implementation of those recommendations, up to $100,000. Staff put that $100,000 in there as an upper limit. That's what we've seen experienced, both Rob Walton in Oxford Township or Oxford County and myself when I was at the Region of Waterloo, when some of the larger auto manufacturing plants came in. We had similar experiences, and that was kind of the threshold that they operated at. I say they're good news stories because money spent here is monies that's saved there where we wouldn't have to build. You know, it's going to mitigate the construction of additional capacity. Capacity is expensive, and in the systems where we have both water and wastewater, we save on both ends of the pipe, so to speak. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Councillor House.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Alex. This is all great, Alex. Like you say, win-win, both ends of the pipe, and I love the way you put it. My only question is, do we have a plan in place for how this will be communicated to the public? Like, will our great communications team be putting this out in social media and in other ways? Just curious about that.
Absolutely. That's one of our best assets at the county is our communications team. And we work very well with them. They work very well with us. We'd also propose as time goes on, we'd get things out in the water bill. We get opportunities we get 6 inserts a year. We'd use one of those inserts to add this information when we can. And as you say, on the website and other opportunities.
All right, thank you. That's great news. I worry sometimes that people don't necessarily read the pieces of paper that come in with their bills, but I have faith in all the rest of the platforms. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we do have a recommendation. If we have someone who would like to move it. Moved by Councillor Gatward and seconded by Councillor Coleman. So all in favor? Okay, motion is passed. Thank you very much, Alex, for that presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, 8.3, RPT 21-301 Council and Committee Meeting Schedule. Heather Boyd. Heather, would you like to speak to it?
Yep, it's just put forward for council's consideration. There's a bunch of pieces in to look at in terms of the calendar for next year. So I'll just here to answer any questions you may have to get started.
We do have a motion or a recommendation. Would someone like to move it to get on the floor? Councillor Coleman moved and seconded by Councillor Wheat. Do we have some questions or comments? Councillor Chambers.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask that the 1, 2, 3, and 4 be called separately, because I'm in agreement with some, but not all of them. And I don't want to vote against the entirety. I just want to vote against the ones that I don't support.
Okay. I believe we can do that. If there's no objections. Okay. Any other questions regarding this?
I just have a question about process. If we're doing
Thanks.
if we're doing 1, 2, 3, and 4, are we going to be discussing each one in between so that we're having the discussion that way, or are we having a general discussion and then voting on all 3? I know we've done this before, but I just forget.
Heather, would you be able to help us on that one?
They're on the table, so we can talk about each one before we vote on it if you'd like.
Okay. So if it's okay with people, then we'll start with the number 1. Okay. So the County of Brant Council continue the meetings held by electric participation, that portion. Any comments or questions regarding that one? Councillor Wheat.
On.
I can't hear you.
I said I move acceptance of number 1, approve number 1.
Okay. Okay. Do we have a seconder for that? Second by Councillor Howes. Is there any other questions regarding number 1? Councillor Chambers.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to support that particular recommendation, and I recognize that we have to be cautious and under the circumstances, et cetera. I'm having a difficult time explaining to people why we are not voting or meeting in person when people can go into bars and people can go into the Air Canada Centre and whatnot. And a council meeting can be very much controlled in terms of social distancing and contact tracing. And some of the municipalities in our neighboring municipalities are meeting in person. We are meeting, for example, at Long Point tomorrow all day to talk about budget in person. So I think we need to be a little bit more flexible rather than a strict adherence to a provincial policy when it makes sense, if everyone is vaccinated and everyone can social distance. And I think we do have to have an abundance of caution, but in terms of some meetings, particularly council meetings, that can be controlled, much like restaurants and gymnasiums and our community centers, et cetera, that we can finally get to meeting in person again. So I'm not going to support number 1. I think we need to be a little bit more flexible and allow ourselves the option of meeting in person under the protocols that can be established.
So do we have some other comments or questions regarding to number 1? Councillor Howes and then Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Heather. My question is the next stage, when we do get back to being able to meet in person, and perhaps there will be some hybrid element to this, but in reading through your report, Heather, I was curious about you referenced a potential obstruction to democracy. What steps do you visualize us being able to take to allow people to participate in-person council meetings, even if they're not double vaccinated or triple vaccinated or quadruple vaccinated or whatever it is by then? I'm just wondering if you could help me visualize how that might work.
I would expect that we would probably, the next step would be the hybrid approach in terms of council members maybe in person, but that delegations would likely continue through Zoom into the council chambers where we would have it up on the screens for people to view. We could also deal with that if we got to the next phase after that, where people could come in only if they were vaccinated. We would still have to allow people to make presentations, probably once again, through calling in 1-800 number or a Zoom account or something like that would probably be the approach.
Okay, so regardless of vaccination status, there will always be a way for the public to participate.
I certainly could never put forward something that didn't have some way for the public to participate in our meetings according to the accountability and transparency legislation.
Thank you.
Councillor Wheat.
Yes, the last few days, the numbers are going up, and I think we need to proceed with caution. And this is proceeding with caution.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support what staff have recommended, though I think Councillor Chambers' challenge is a fair one because our immediate neighbours in Brantford are moving to a hybrid meeting process, which means that some of the councillors are in the room, some of them are not. Members of the public are calling in. If we just think about the situation going forward, you know, we have created a situation now where we meet every Tuesday, almost without fail. And there will be Tuesdays in winter when we can't meet. And it would be incredibly helpful in my mind and efficient if we had a fallback, which was we could just flip into electronic mode. Or if we're in the situation where the outer parts of the county are not available for people to travel from, but we in Paris could come to the county office, we could have that hybrid meeting. So I think whatever happens, irrespective of COVID, I think we need to move with the times and create flexibility. We put a burden on staff being here every Tuesday, as well as ourselves being here every Tuesday. And we put a burden on our community of having to be in a place to attend a council meeting on a particular date, which may conflict with their business or their recreational activities. I like flexibility, and I would propose that we support what the staff are proposing today, but that we work towards a solution which is much more flexible than we came from, and that we're in a much better position in the future to accommodate whether individual preference or whatever the demand for flexibility is.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, and I appreciate being allowed to speak again, Mr. Chairman. And I think that's my point. If we pass this resolution, we lose the flexibility. If the resolution goes without being passed, then we do have the flexibility. I'm not saying that we throw caution to the wind and all of a sudden everybody has to come to the council chambers, but this resolution is very strict and it does not allow flexibility. Perhaps in 2 weeks or our December council meeting, we may feel comfortable enough to meet in person under situations where Heather is described or Councillor Bell is described, but this resolution or this recommendation does not allow for that flexibility. So that's why I'm not supporting it. I'm trying to allow us to have flexibility to perhaps gauge the situation as it progresses, much like the other municipalities are doing in our neighboring municipalities. That's why I'm not supporting the recommendation. It's not, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not a COVID minimizer. I'm just trying to allow us flexibility to meet if indeed the circumstances allow it.
Councillor Laferriere.
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Chambers' comments on this, and I'm tempted to vote in that direction, but I don't think I will because of the practical element. And the practical element is simply, if we have to have distancing, we have that flexibility. I worry about how until we're able to meet as we were, or whatever it might be, the piece about the public. Like as we are right now, people can see 11 heads in boxes, hear us relatively well. If 11 of us are spread out in the council chamber, we had a very expensive one-off trial to have an in-person meeting that was filmed with multiple cameras. And that's the other piece too. If we came back and there's that one camera in the corner, it's not the best setup for people to see and hear what we're doing and speaking about, and speakers. We see the back of Brian Coleman's head and the front of mine. And maybe Councillor Coleman likes it that way, but maybe not. The point being that we have a number of sound and video difficulties, especially if we're now spread out in a room with possible partitions, possibly masks. And that's the piece where I'm tempted to let this ride a little bit longer until those things are figured out in a cost-effective way that provides the service of the citizen being able to see and hear us well. And so on top of what Councillor Wheat's saying, COVID is airborne, and it's all of us in a room for 4 hours or more sometimes. And that I worry about a little less, though I am worried about it. But it's that piece about the video. That's why I'm not going to support this until that can be ironed out in a way that I'm confident helps the citizen engage with us, even if only 3 of them are on YouTube right now.
Councillor Gatwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think Heather's number 1 recommendation does offer flexibility, because the 3rd paragraph says, and that should there be changes in provincial direction before the exit, they be reviewed by staff and the mayor and brought forward to council for consideration in an earlier return to in-person meetings is appropriate. So there is an option in that 3rd paragraph, and I agree that we should be cautious. We can't control the number of people that might show up to council chambers. I just feel that that this recommendation is appropriate, and I'm going to support it.
Mayor Bailey.
I think this is appropriate also. There is flexibility in the 3rd paragraph. We heard tonight from Dr. Comley, the medical officer of health. She distinctly said we're still in the middle of the pandemic. You've heard from Councillor Bell, who suggests we go with this recommendation, who chairs the health unit. And as the mayor who called for the emergency, we are still under a state of emergency. I haven't relinquished that. The province changes their verbiage daily, like clockwork, whether it's 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock every day, someone's talking about something different. I can't imagine why you would decide to go against the provincial directives at this point, Councillor Chambers. We've been so good at doing what's expected of us as elected officials for you to want to do anything differently now. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed that you brought it up, Councillor Chambers, as something that needed to be separated, but that's up to you, obviously. I support the recommendation number 1. I can't imagine why we wouldn't.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make an amendment, and I guess it could be friendly. It would be an extension. It would be a further paragraph that says something to the effect that the staff will continue to develop a hybrid system that we can use going into the future. I look for a seconder. Thank you.
Second by Mayor Bailey. That's a friendly amendment. Any other comments or questions?
Point of order.
Okay.
If it's point of order, if it's a friendly amendment, then we don't need that piece. But if it's an amendment, we have to vote on the amendment now, I believe. Or we have to ask the mover and seconder about. About their,
Okay,
their
so
view of
this-
friendliness.
Mr. Chair, I don't know whether you had a mover for that,
Yeah.
that point, I think it was Councillor Wheat.
And
Councillor
House.
Wheat?
Councillor Wheat moved the recommendation number 1 as printed without any amendments. That was what I moved.
So but through the chair, would Councillor Wheat accept my amendment as a friendly amendment?
No disrespect to you, Councillor Bell, but the answer is no. I moved the way it was. I don't want to complicate it anymore. It's plain and simple. We listened to our new doctor tonight. This deal is not over yet. The pandemic is not
Councillor
over.
Coleman? Councillor Coleman? If you'd
Thank you,
like to
Mr.
speak.
Chair. Yeah, point of order is that I moved the whole recommendation. Councillor Chambers only asked to separate number 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it's all already been moved by. So we're way out of order as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Councillor Bell?
Taking Councillor Coleman's point, and I had forgotten that, I do apologise. I'll try the same again. Councillor Coleman, would you accept my amendment as a friendly amendment? That means
No, I
no.
don't. Okay. Councillor Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we not just put that as direction to staff? That the direction to staff just continues to look for potential hybrid situations? Alternatives? Doesn't have to be an amendment to what's already there, just a direction to staff to, and I'm sure they're going to, but just the direction that they continue to look for, potential hybrid alternatives going forward.
Heather, I'd like your 2 cents here. Is that acceptable, just a direction to staff?
Yeah, I think direction to staff to investigate a hybrid approach is appropriate. The province did change the legislation slightly during the emergency. That made it easier to go into electronic meetings. So if they pull back that legislation, it'll take some further looking at, but absolutely direction to staff to investigate it would be fine.
Please, thank you.
Okay. So I'll have to admit, so at this point, we're voting on number 1 as moved and seconded. And do we, and all in favor with the direction to staff? Okay, passed. Okay, number 2, the County of Brant Advisory Committee be invited to reconvene meetings and call the chair, etc. It's written. Do we need a mover and a seconder for this one as well? Councillor House?
I'll move it if we
Moved. Okay, it's all been done. Okay, we're just talking about, okay. So comments or questions in regards, Councillor House?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Heather. So one thing I want clarification on. So our advisory committees have been on hiatus for 18 or 19 months. Typically, the advisory committees are renewed each year with new members.
No.
Is that, no, is it per term?
It's per term, only the chair changes each year.
Okay, so whoever was on an advisory committee 2 years ago, they're still on an advisory committee today.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Leferrier?
Yeah, just a question. What happens if we have somebody who is the chair of a committee who does not feel comfortable either with the electronic aspect or eventually the in-person and decides not to call committee? And not that I think that would happen, but it could happen if we're leaving it to the call of the chairs. What's the rationale or the plan if that is to occur?
If the chair didn't want to call a meeting, then because we'd be looking at a new chair, we'd probably contact the council representative on that committee and just set something up for the rest of the members.
That's reasonable. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, it's something that I'd like to see us move forward with in getting our committees back together. So I hope we can do that. So if we can, it's been moved, seconded. All those in favor of number 2? Okay. So that is passed. Okay, we'll move on to number 3. Regular meetings of council and committees recessed from September 1st to November the 15th, etc. Do we have some questions or comments in regards to that? Councilor Chambers.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I
And
hope I
Councilor
don't.
Gatward.
I hope I don't disappoint the mayor by opposing this one as well, but I didn't want to get personal. I think this is a motion that is not necessary. We don't need to recess for 2 months prior to an election. In all the elections I've ever been in, we've never recessed at all. The business must go on. I certainly don't want to be going door to door electioneering, telling people we haven't done anything for the last 2 months because we decided not to meet because of the election. So I am opposed against this number 3, whether people think I'm disappointing them or not.
Councilor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was a little surprised when I read this. This is something new. We did, as Heather pointed out in her report, have a month off in the summer where we gave staff an opportunity to take vacation and council members to also take vacation. However, this is after prime time for vacations. Kids are back to school. And I thought the same thing when I read this as Councillor Chambers has just mentioned. The business of the municipality does continue. And I think that we should at least meet for the month of September. And if, as a compromise, we took it's actually September and October and November 15th. Yeah. So maybe we should go just till the middle of October and only have 1 month off as a compromise. I don't know what all the other members think, but I think it's too much time to be away from the business of council. Thank you.
Councilor LaFerriere.
Yeah, I'm in a unique position, having declared I'm not running again, that I don't really have a horse in this race, so to speak. But I will say I actually agree with this part here. I saw in the last election two things happen, or the potential of 2 things happening maybe is a fair thing to say. That, you know, Councillor Chambers was speaking about not wanting to go to the doors and saying that we're not doing the business of council, but it seemed like there was a full schedule during what's considered a lame duck period that has restrictions on what council can and can't do anyway. And there were numerous meetings during the election I wasn't a part of, but I know myself and Councillor Howes were seeing each other on the street, knocking on doors during almost all of those council meetings. And I do think it puts elected members at a bit of a disadvantage. And I think also, as is in the report, there's a potential to utilize council meetings in a way to maybe grandstand's not appropriate word, but I don't have a better one that comes to mind, but grandstand before an election, right? To make things, to respond to election issues in governance. And I think that can be very tricky. And I think it's also tricky for individuals in the community to navigate that as they're deciding on whether to vote. Now, we will have, my understanding is reading this, the opportunity to come if there's an emergency, something that needs to be passed, but the powers are restricted regardless. And my understanding was we're taking the August time off and putting it towards this. So yeah, it may be a scotch long, but I think it's either you're in that period or you're not in that period. That's how I read the report anyway. And I think between that, between the valuable amount of time that individuals, and I don't mean valuable for elections, but as an elected person, the valuable time you have the availability to speak to constituents about what they want to see. That time is that election time. I know it happens throughout, but it's Jack Layton, who was a municipal councilor, used to tell me all the time that we're all addicted to politics, but the average person thinks about it less than they think about their taxes, which is twice a year, maybe, and only really during election season. So I think that's an opportunity to really do that work in the community for elected and unelected folks to hear what people want and do that piece, especially after COVID, where we've been restricted so much in that face-to-face, in person, and one-on-one. So I will support this. I understand the reasons to and not to, but I lean towards supporting it and trying it. And if it doesn't work, then we tried. But I do think it'll actually lead to a better election and a fair election between all contestants and for the citizens.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Okay. Oh, Councillor Chambers.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get to record my opposition to recommendation number 1, so I'm going to ask that this one be a recorded vote. And just to say that I've never felt that I've been impeded by performing my duties as councillor during any election that I've ever been in during the election period. And I think we all call it the silly season. That's not just going to happen in the last 2 months. That's going to happen it's probably just about ready to start, where electioneering at council meetings tends to start. And this is not going to restrict that one bit. So again, it's something that if councillors cannot run in an election and do the business of the municipality at the same time, that would surprise me a lot. And again, 2 months of having no council meetings or committee meetings is, in my mind, a dereliction. And I certainly do not support that. I'm quite prepared to go to all committee meetings and all council meetings in any election period, as I've always done. So I'm going to ask for a recorded vote.
Okay. So before we have that vote, is there any other comments or questions? Okay. So Nancy, if you can, we'll call the vote.
Thank you. This is recommendation number 3. So Councillor Chambers.
No.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes.
Councillor Bell.
Yes.
Councillor Coleman.
No.
Councillor Goutward.
No.
Councillor House.
Yes.
Councillor Leferrier.
Yes.
Councillor McAlpine.
No.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Pierce.
No.
Councillor Wheat.
No.
Majority voted no. Motion defeated.
That brings us to number 4, the 22 Council and Standing Committee meeting schedule will be approved as presented.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Heather's got her hand up.
Yeah. Okay, Heather.
If I could just recommend that maybe number 4 be deferred and presented to council. I just want to rework the calendar for those changes, and with committee's consent to add back in the August hiatus.
I think that would be appropriate. So need a motion to defer.
Move to
Sir,
defer.
somebody moved by Pearson, second by House. All in favor of motion to defer? Okay. Done. Okay. Communications. Is there any communications, Nancy?
No, there is not.
Okay. Michael Bradley, Chief Administration Officer's update.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Can you just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? I'm having some internet problems here at Muncie Mills tonight. Okay, good. Everyone can hear me. So thank you. And I apologize. I've, I think, been on and off the call a couple times this evening, so I did miss a bit of the meeting. But just have a couple of quick items that I want to update. The first one, I just note, I think most of you are aware of this, that congratulating Heather Boyd as the successful candidate for the position of General Manager of Corporate Services, which we posted and recruited for over the last couple months. We did interview 4 candidates for the position, and Heather was without question the lead candidate, and she has accepted the position. I think most of you saw the posting, but just to note that Heather has been with the county since 2000, mostly with the clerk's department, serving as both deputy clerk and since 2013 as the clerk and director of council services. She's quite familiar with corporate services department, having spent about 18 years in the department, so she knows it quite well. And I'm very excited to have her taking on this very important role here with the county. Just a note that you will be receiving your 2021 budget binders, I believe, later this week in anticipation of our first budget meeting, which is scheduled for next Thursday. And it's the culmination of a number of months of work by staff, including the Treasury Department. And I'll be doing the initial presentations for the budget, a job that Robin has been doing for the last few years. And I'll be working that over the course of the next few days and over the weekend. So you won't be getting it as part of your budget package. It's usually something we bring forward the day of the budget, so we can keep working on it and address any of those last minute changes. But you will get your full budget package on later this week. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that we did our emergency management training exercise last month on October 21st. We felt it was a very successful day. We did first of all, it's our first EOC exercise in our new EOC room at the OPP detachment headquarters, and the room turned out to be very functional. Our exercise was a mock evacuation, and we did go through a mock exercise where we evacuated a number of homes, and so we had to stage the residents of those homes, and then we had to find an evacuation center for them. So we felt it was a good exercise. It was a little encumbered by the need for COVID-19 social distancing and wearing masks, things like that. And we had a much smaller group in the room than we would normally have because of that. But we still felt we had good learning and good takeaways from the exercise. So our Emergency Management Program Committee, which oversees our emergency management program here at the county, met last week following that exercise. And they did approve our compliance report, which will be coming to council at the end of the month. And that shows you that we are compliant on all our requirements under Emergency Management Ontario for our emergency management program. So we're pleased that we've gone through our full year with emergency management in the midst of having an emergency on the go. So anyways, Mr. Chair, that's my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Michael? Okay, well, thank you very much, Michael, for your report. And yeah, congratulations, Heather. And yeah, great to be working with you and continue to work with you. Other business. We have a notice of motion to be heard at the County Brant Council meeting. I don't believe we need to vote on that, so we can move into in camera, I believe, at this stage. So we need a motion to move into camera. Moved by Councillor Howes and second by Councillor Bell. Okay. So we'll, I recommend maybe a 5-minute break. If that's okay with people before we move into camera, or just continue on.
Break, please.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay.
Motion to adjourn. You're muted, Chairman Bell.
Yeah, okay, we are adjourned. Thanks for making
Good
that
night.
motion.
Good night.
July,
Good night,
and
everyone.
August. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah.
I was just starting to